saying each individual word. I was matching it with the clicking of my mouse. That's probably gonna catch in the recording. That's funny. But anyway, starting off tonight's session, we have a little bit of recap. And I say little because I'm gonna skip over the majority of the details from last time since it was like 90% combat. I say that, but it was like a 6 hour session. I checked the recording, I was like,
It
Jesus
was.
Christ, that did not feel like 6 hours. Um, that's coming from the person who had like 100 different sheets open during that 6 hours. Uh, last time on whatever this is, the six continued their battle. I know, continued their battle against the colossal sky swimmer to both complete the quest and now complete vengeance. As because of both the fight with Lauren Day Newman, Kira Dambala, and the colossal sky swimmer, one of the six had fallen, literally fallen, as Risha Amos falling to a sake. I don't know how to actually pronounce it every time. An acid spear, a acid ball spear, had caused her to die and fall out of the sky, impacting against the water and breaking up into smaller Reese chunks. Um, Short story, couldn't be revivified. Not a whole lot that could be done with the body, especially since fresh blood had fallen into the ocean where there are hungry creatures waiting. And that's where you got Reese's PCs, Sharkbait Uhaha, all the fun names that Caitlin was taunting us with. Um, the party went on to continue this kind of days as you were dealing with the loss of Reese and trying to understand what happened. Kipley drenching herself in Reese's innards and blood and going through it. Mammoth and Mustang just being concerned, reaching out with sendings to Duradon and trying to gauge the situation and shake off and kind of reality check themselves with seeing one of their friends since now both Rictus, Maeve, and Reese had been gone. Rictus, you hope, is still alive, but two members confirmed dead definitely shook the original party members. However, Duradon was on a villain arc. Um, he went about and killed, in total, 17 people aboard the Colossal Sky Swimmer. Now, give or take, the majority of which were unawakened swarms. But nonetheless, 17 souls consumed and destroyed as both him and Clarent went through the entirety of the inside of the Colossal Sky Swimmer, clearing them out, while hatching a plan as to save Duradon from an untimely fate of slowly dying as you continue fighting waves and waves of defenders of this creature. You had no healers, you were by yourself, you only had a few healing potions, and a dream. You ended up fighting a strange creature in armor as well, one of which who seemed to negate all of your weapon damage. The only thing that actually was going through was the magical force, and eventually you figured out with a natural 20 intelligence check that this creature could choose what it could be affected by for damage types. And it chose that any weapon, magical or non-magical, would be unable to harm it. And the only thing that could harm it was, at this moment, either spells, which you can't cast, or the things you were born with, left, right, and good night. You punch the thing to death with Herma's help as a request for him to turn into armor and aid you was confused with shunt him out and have him punch him. Where you learned, I mean, he's not useless when he is in humanoid form. Uh, a little, a little insight from the DM: he does copy Duradon's base form stats to an extent, at least for ability scores. So he did hit once. He just rolled ridiculously shitty. You made your way through all of these people. You kicked the armored helm out after you saw it regenerating, and you made your way to the colossal sky swimmer head. And by the time all that had happened, Xyrus brought the rest of you onto the back of a wake worm, a not colossal sized, but gargantuan sized sea serpent, which is technically considered a beast and therefore susceptible to uh, animal friendship spells. And all you needed was a morsel of food, and she had Reese's body. So Reese was used as fish food, and to summon a rather larger creature, which was randomly rolled for by both of you. And luckily, had a fast enough swimming speed that it could catch up to the colossal sky swimmer. While all of you got to the skies with two giant eagles provided by Xyrus, Duradon was slowly making his way through the stomach lining using the new ability that he had gotten through Clarent, or aka Herma. One that he had not yet shown was the ability to teleport a short distance whenever he could throw his weapon as a bonus action, and turning it into a dagger to throw through small holes in the creature allowed him to basically traverse the colossal sky swimmer without worrying about getting caught in acid or falling out of it, or just being unable to progress further without the use of tunnels or climbing on top of its head and having it just roll you off of it. You made your way to the mouth where you got a few acid blows. The rest of the party caught up and started snagging at both its eyes and head. And we got down to one of the most intense moments. Excuse me, like three most intense moments of the fight so far. One was Dom re-rolling to see if it would get acid breath back on every turn. Got it twice, and Durdon survived at 7 HP. You ended up just barely breaking through the creature's the roof of its mouth, teleporting up, breaking through the brain, and the rest of the team destroying the creature, dealing a powerful final blow. However, as all of you were up top and could both respectively jump on your brooms, animals, or what be it, Duradon was still inside the creature. And Duradon, while having boots of flight, can't fly out in time. You would have to change weapon sizes once again, you would have to teleport, and you would have to try and fly out, which you did not have the action economy to do. So you had essentially only one option left, and that was to break through 65 hit points worth of skull to try and crack open enough to throw and hit a creature with your dagger on this turn. And by gods, does Jared have someone watching over him? Because unlike Maeve's two natural ones that got her killed, two natural 20s in a row saved Duradon's life as you double crit your way out of the skull and managed to snag a giant eagle with a little bit of a dagger twist and teleport it to safety on the back of it. Now the entire group successful, and the colossal sky swimmer failed. You made your way back on down to the Dragon's Vow, where you encountered a unpleasant meeting. Warner Newman standing there holding the remainder of your crew who had stayed behind hostage, all bound up and sitting on the deck, and a draconic form disguised once again, Kira Dambala, seemingly brought back from the dead. Back and forth was had. Lorna Dane Newman explained that she recognized that you were on a job, and she did warn you, although in the midst of a battle, that if you continued to attack, they would have to defend. And this led to the demise of Reese. She also stated many times that while you were in this exhausted state of both spell slots, hit points, and just will to fight, that you weren't really in a position to say no at this moment. Whether that was to her offer or whether to her request for conversation. So she made you a deal that you were to follow her exact orders to make up for what was lost. She revealed the Sky Swimmer was going to only be used as physical bait, a line of physical defense to help garnish the attention of a dweller's both mage defenses, warrior defenses, all of the baseline hired arms, but also the shipped manual weapons, powerful ballistas, powerful rifles, and all sorts of other goodies. In its current state, even with Kira's ability to heal creatures, it would be unable to be at its top condition. Regenerating its tail and abilities would take time, and that is not something she had. So instead, she offered you a job. That instead of going loud and proud and using the Sky Swimmer as a distraction, the remainder of you would be sent to steal an artifact, an item from the Dweller, and from a powerful mage, not actually giving a name or description, but simply saying that you would be doing a heist for her, choosing a stealthier, more thought out approach. And that if you said no, there wasn't much other choice to how it would end. So she asked you each individually if you thought that you could follow orders, if you thought that you could do the job, and if the terms were acceptable. If you did it, she said that she would bring back Reese, as high tier magic doesn't need a body, it just needed a scrap. That of which Kipley provided. However, during the conversation, and after ignoring Kipley many times, there was a moment where she asked Kipley specifically if she could swallow her pride and follow orders. After having conversation before and clearly showing that there was not how do I put it? There was not going to be a high success chance or any kind of rate that they would get along, never mind that Kipley would be able to follow these orders. And after rolling a 22 on your deception check, there was hope that you could get away with it. But with a plus 11 and an 11 rolled on the die, she saw through the fact that you were lying for your teeth and readily disposed of Kipley as an act of warning to the rest of you. However, instead of just killing her, she took it a step further. She took the dead corpse of Kipley Gamorta and snatched the soul out of her body using the spell Soul Jar, essentially holding your friend hostage, as no matter what spell you'd be able to cast to try and revive her, as long as her soul was outside her body in the very same way that Maeve Dambala is currently in, you would not be able to bring her back. The rest quickly complied, and a spell was cast on Xyrus, Duradon, Mammoth, and Mustang. The four remaining all had a, not deal, because they didn't have to consent to anything, but they had a failsafe put on them, not describing what spell it was or what effect it would be, but simply stating that if you tried to disobey her, if you tried to run away, if you tried to contact for help, or if you tried to do anything that was outside the parameters she gave you, you would die instantaneously. Also warning you that even if you did manage to escape immediately in the moment, the spell would last for a year. So as long as she gave an order and you did not follow it, even time could not help you run. She said to take some rest, aka a short rest in this case, and have yourselves a brief moment to talk to one another, as both her and Kira focused on bringing back Risha Amos. Also, during your conversation, there was a point where a number of you witnessed the revival of the colossal sky swimmer as it flew back up into the sky, and both as a party and as players, you were reminded that Revivify works on monsters too. It just needs to be a creature. So despite all of that effort and everything you went through to make sure that thing was dead, it rose from the grave and was back at it once again, flying through the skies. Only a matter of time before it was back at a place where it could be considered a threat again. The group talked about many things as they went to the bow of the ship. Through a telepathic bond, Duradon and Mustang exchanged concerns, both about the current situation, what they could do about it, about how Lorna Day Newman certainly didn't give them many options to get out of this, and brainstormed a few different ways of how they could potentially get out, but mainly focusing on their disputes with her and their confusion with Kira. As Duradon mentioned briefly during the ritual of putting on the spells that he recognized her. Not knowing whether it was Maeve or Kira at the time, just knowing that she was a Damballa. It was later confirmed by Mustang that it was Kira. And that some confusion was in the air around why a sweet, young, and recently awakened Damballa would be working with the likes of this woman. Many questions are brought to mind about who you'd be stealing from. And even more were brought up as Harima briefly had a moment of interjection, where all three of you were speaking on the same wavelength. A surprise, surprise, he's not a separate creature. He is, in fact, within Duradon's mind in the same way that if he wasn't there, you would be able to talk to Antreus. Irma brought up a few different points. One, it was revealed not just in character, but out of character, that Harima's ability as a blade of ever-changing stone is to fit each and every single wielder's needs. It was revealed that in this case, since Duradon was a barbarian, you were given barbarian-like abilities that would help you, both in furthering your rage and ability to kill, and also to fight the things you normally can't, like dispelling magic without having to drop your rage, ability to teleport, the ability to survive a killing blow, a number of various small feats. But also, it seemed to be quite aware that Harima, acting as an independent person, an independent humanoid at times, was unknown to the likes of Lorna Day Newman. It was briefly revealed during your fight with her but never shown whether that was his doing or your doing. As you technically did command him to change. So he said, using this knowledge, you could potentially, in the future, once you are further away from Loradane, attempt to use him to dispel any effect on you. Of course, it's only a chance that it works, and the more souls that you kill, the higher chance that is. But a small advantage that Herma was not under any of this spell, because she just assumed that he is still a weapon for the most part. It was also revealed that Herma had lied about a few things in the past. The more that you feed him, the more powerful he gets. That was the semblance of the contract that you formed with him. However, he revealed that the orphanage trip that you had taken with Mammoth, he had bent the truth around whether he could or could not awaken a creature, specifically Titania, the girl that you had been talking to. He made it clear he could not in this current moment, but down the line in the near future, if you fed him a few more souls, he could be able to, just as he did in the past when he revealed that he awoke Loradane Newman back when she was a child. He said he doesn't often do it because the side effects of having the perks being awoken by a legendary weapon such as himself normally tend to corrupt beings. Anyone who is awakened by him. As mechanically it was explained out of character that when you are awoken by the legendary Blade of Sin Stone, you don't have to follow normal class values. Meaning that you are not bound to the same class level, you are not bound to the same class, and in that meaning, there's essentially no level cap that you can meet. Mustang and Duradon continue their conversation. You learned a few more minor details, like how Loradane was not also just the ex-wielder of Herma, but also the ex of Herma. She had briefly tampered with him in the humanoid phase of his sword, as she tried to do an unspeakable horror of genociding an entire people to see just how powerful she could make the blade and herself. You got your nice little Loradane lore pack, essentially learning the small bits that she had once faced a monarch before but ran after quickly figuring out that she was not nearly powerful enough to deal with one. As she takes jobs on basically any chance that she gets to gain more power, wealth, and connections, and that she doesn't often fail. But she hires people to fail for her. He was unsure in this case if you would be different, but did warn you that despite all of the prior warnings that you had been given, might still be a good idea to have something in mind. As the conversation wrapped up, Duradon and Cyrus shared a brief moment where Duradon, with the balls of steel, in front of the remaining 3 members of the party, asked Cyrus if they wanted to go on a date after all this was over. The juiciest of juice. A long pause was had, and after stating that, well, Cyrus doesn't necessarily view herself as a member of the Six. Oh yeah, while also standing over his friend's dead body. Thank you. Uh, well, not seeing herself as a member of the Six in the same way Duradon doesn't. She did consider a number of you closer than acquaintances. Not exactly close friends, but friends at some level. She said she had experimented with many different parties in the past, experienced many journeys, but you all seemed slightly different in how close you operated. And eventually agreed with a strong enough persuasion check from a 0 charisma barbarian that if you survive this endeavor, and once you were out of the dangers of the ocean, that she would think about it. With a strong yes now, and finding what exactly a date with Durdon would entail later. We ended this session with Kira and Lorna Dane having a moment on the deck, shouting in excitement, saying things were different about this one. Resurrection not going wrong, but being more difficult. And a burst of green light began to emit from the ritual circle. And that, oh yeah, no. And that is where the vassalship token was one of the few things that was actually recovered. It is in dead Kipley's possession at the moment. All of your other equipment that was gone, including your wand, because that was shot into the head of a giant colossal sky swimmer by Mustang. Smiley face. The session ended there, and as we're going to pick up tonight, you have not officially taken a long rest. And I did see a number of you leveled up already, which is fine. Obviously, you can do that. But if you remember your previous hit points, I ask you bring them back down to that because you've not yet taken a long rest. And you are still very much injured. So, as we pick up tonight, a few key details. One, I completely forgot this last time because, there was a million things going on. But a really fucked up detail about Kipley's body is the body, while being dead, and you could see the soul in the jar, so you know that she is dead, and you saw her get stabbed for the neck. The body's circulation never stopped because Kipley has a magical item connected to her that simulates having a pulse. So despite her being unalive, she was already technically undead. So the body still has color and is still flush and not cold or not pale. Certainly not warm, but definitely gives the guise that it is still alive, which makes it all the more weird for those who are around her and holding her. Then again, Mustang is literally made of ash, so I don't even know if you could feel it. So, as we pick up tonight's session, all of you sitting around the back of the ship can begin to see this moat, starting off with only a few of them, of green light drifting off of the circle. It looks a rather simple ritual circle. You see a few different symbols in a language that actually I don't know if any of you understand. I think at least one of you does. Does Durdon, Mustang, or Mammoth speak Elvish? Or understand Elven language?
No.
Dordon does.
Oh, thank God. I quickly looked around the sheets and I saw zip zap nada. Okay. So Durdon, despite you not being versed in magic or any caster at all, you at least recognize the language and origin of these runes, which is Elvish. It's not too surprising. Elves go back to the beginning of time as one of the longer lived races, and because of it, they kind of not necessarily founded the majority of all of the origins of magic. But the lineage passes down a long, long line of fundamentals of magic. And you can see the basic rune outline, which you wouldn't be too familiar with, but you'd be able to recognize that elven characters form together to create the language, or at least the wording, that doesn't say resurrection. But instead, as you read some of the symbols and kind of make out as much as you can, you get the word reincarnate instead. Iridon doesn't know that's a spell. You know the word, but you not aware that is a 5th level spell. The ritual continues, and you can see it doesn't look like it's at its peak yet. As you guys haven't fully finished short rest either, because you're only talking for a little bit. You can see though, Lorna Dane looks ecstatic. None of you have seen a ritual like this before. You performed a resurrection ritual on Maeve, and you saw similar looking green motes float up, but they weren't as erratic as these. These zip around almost like will-o-wisps, rapidly moving about in the air, never hovering or staying in one position too long, and staying within the bounds of the circle. But you can see the number of them continually to rapidly grow. Almost as if not multiplying, but more and more coming from somewhere or being created by something. As at the moment, there's about 50 small glowing lights just rapidly hovering around the now mound of flesh that was beginning to be created at the end of last session as well. Baseline muscle tissue and the basis of a skeleton. But you quickly saw that it was wrapped in almost a cocoon, this outer shell of this dull, fleshy-like textured, almost blanket that wrapped itself around the humanoid form and is currently still covering it. And you can hear Lorna Dane speaking over the body to Kira as she continues her incantation. Fascinating. You're different. I wonder why that is. Continue the ritual, dear. I have something I want to interject before it's finished. I need a moment to prepare. She looks back towards all of you, of which I assume the majority of you are staring. It looks like your friend will return shortly to the land of the living. You are welcome to greet her and catch her up after I have a moment of converse with her. Just making sure she understands her situation so she doesn't do anything rash. What was her name, if I might ask?
We called her Reese.
Her full name?
Mustang's gonna cast a worried look to Duradon.
Oh, good heavens. Your name
Before
doesn't hold that much power. I just need to know to address her besides a single word.
Risha Amos will do.
Thank you. Risha Amos. As a matter of fact, how many of you have last names? Is that by chance, or are you all just forsaken them? Mm, none the matter. I'll be right back. Don't do anything too crazy when I'm gone. And you see she begins to step below deck and vanishes, so closing the kind of netted pillars of wood behind her as the gated trapdoor not locks, but closes. And you can see Kira continuing the incantation, kind of lost in it at this point. She's been chanting now for almost an hour straight. What are the rest of you doing?
Hey, Mammoth.
Hi.
Oh,
Oh.
you know, I didn't think to earlier, but thank you for saving my life back there out of the sky.
Yeah, of course. I had to.
I can only hope I was as much of a superstar when I was your age. You really are something special. You know that, Mammoth?
Yeah,
Good.
Yep. You know he about. As the three of you sit there, mulling over thought, having a brief bit of think, we quickly drift away for a moment. To a place that's not too far. Actually, we don't physically move any. But we do move inside of the mind, or in this case, the soul of a recently departed creature. Ipley.
Yeah.
The moments following your unconscious state were brief. 6 seconds was the only time that you were allocated to think or even begin to process whatever spell she had cast upon you. Your world going dark and you passing away went just as quick. But in your death, you were given, some would argue, an even worse torment. As for a moment, you felt almost relief. Responsibility slipping away from you. Death's embrace allowing you a break. A brief moment of rest. And then you felt as a hand wrapped around your neck. And not in any way you could describe in a language that you know, but inflicted a feeling of hopelessness. As it's not pain, it's not the lack of feeling, but having your soul taken from your body and shoved inside of a jar is something that only those who have been through it would be able to understand. As your soul is wrenched and put inside of a small silver-lined glass bottle, You are in a weird state of consciousness. You are aware of your surroundings, but unable to act. There's this strangity to it. Feels like you have the capability to speak, but you try and open your mouth. Nothing comes. Nothing changes. No vocal cords are strummed. No sound emits. Instead, your world is just darkness. You can see a slight reflection in the glass, but outside of that, nothing. You feel this, not chill, brief gust of wind appear around you, briefly blowing past your form. You can hear almost an echoing wail passing in the same moment that it arrived. And you see in front of you not a visage, not an embodiment, but a face. As you see the glowing red eyes of the Bone Mother stare directly into your soul.
Seems things are going well for you. Every time I check in, you seem to be in a new predicament. Enjoying your life, danger and fun.
Particularly.
A powerful one that you met. One not to be crossed. But you did.
Well,
And here we are.
I mean, I didn't necessarily. We didn't know she was on there.
Oh, you didn't.
No. We thought it was just the big worm in the sky.
Cruel twist of fate indeed.
Yeah.
An untimely end. I must say I'm not satisfied. If you passed in another way, maybe I would feel generous, wanting to see a semblance of hope, of dedication, of power rise, but no, your soul had to be taken away. And that wasn't part of our deal, so I couldn't help you right now. It's infuriating. Do you intend to give up and call this the end? To settle with your new life?
What?
Stuck inside glass.
I suppose this is where I have to depend on the good faith of those.
Your friends, you mean?
Yeah.
You're putting both of our lives in the hands of those who have just recently perished. Fantastic.
Wait. Wait, what? Your life is dependent on mine.
No, not what I meant.
Oh.
You have a job, remember?
I.
A mission.
Yes.
You made me a promise. One I intend to make you see through. And yet here we are, sitting alone in the cloak of her to-be archmage. Helpless. If she tries to tamper with your body, there's only so much I can do to stop it. If she tries to tamper with your soul, no promises I'll stop Ezrin from doing what he wants. I can practically feel him fuming from here.
He can't. If he does, the rest of them are never going to be able to fix this.
Just remember, the one good thing about this situation, this is a spell. Spells can be broken. Deals are forever. The second that she steps upon our contract, I will reach through this plane and I will strangle her body until she cannot take a single breath. She seems like a smart one, so I don't think I'll get the chance. But if she does, I don't know what she'll do with your soul. But I'll figure I'll be able to pick up the pieces. We'll see. I guess we'll see. Sit tight for now. I have things to do.
Yeah.
To be patient.
I'm filled with patience.
Funny joke. And you watch as the visage fades. And you are left alone.
Just sitting in my bottle.
Sitting in my bottle. You see, as she fades away, the loneliness and feeling of helplessness continues. It's in your current state. Can't really do much. But the one thing that you can do is still think. You may not be able to access any of your abilities, speech, any form of communication with your friends, or anyone who could help you in this moment, but You can still plot. You can still attempt to make your way mentally to an outcome that is a little bit more favorable than where you're currently at. Going back to the group. The rest of you minutes pass. You do not see that Laura Dane arrives or shows herself for the next 10 minutes as she has disappeared underneath to the bottom of the ship. During this time, is there anything that you would like to do? As for the moment, it is just Kira, all of you, and all of your crew above deck.
Yeah, I think Mustang's just gonna sit tight and be a good little prisoner to not get anyone killed.
Iridon?
Duradon is kind of laid out with his hands behind, kind of like interlaced, propping his head up as he um he's just laid back, kind of relaxing. This as if this is just normal.
Just Tuesday.
He's not really too bothered. Yeah.
Ma'am, if you do anything.
No, just sitting.
Is anyone paying attention or detail to the ritual itself? Or are you trying to pay it no mind?
Yeah, Mammoth would definitely be curious and kind of watch.
Yeah, Mustang is sitting quietly, but he's staring intently.
You see, 15 minutes later, just around the time that you actually would receive the benefits of a short rest, you see Lauren Day Newman comes back up from the underbelly of the ship and is holding some device in her hands. You see, it is concealed at this moment, as you only catch a glimpse of her holding something before she walks over to the ritual, grabbing a dagger, and cuts open the fleshy sack that is formed around Reese's body. You watch as she jams the object in her hand inside. And then begins suturing the wound, closing back up the sack before making her way over to all of you. If you don't mind, I would like to see your friend's body.
But Mustang just gestures to Kipley's body propped up against the mast.
Thank you, so kind. And you see as she goes and picks her up,
It's not an easy lift off. It's one of those, she leans down, puts both of her arms underneath, kind of Lee's armpits, and just two arm, using the knees, using the legs, not using the back because she's a wizard, and begins to lift her slightly off the ground, and she begins to drag her away back underneath the ship. This time, only a few moments later, she reappears, and you can see all of those motes of light have now reached roughly 100 of just small green goblins, just almost small spheres. No detail, no fine faces, iconography, runic symbols, any sort of language or sign of intelligence on, or inscribed upon them. Just drifted above the now hardened coon shell of Reese's body. And you watch as Kira is looking up at all of them while chanting, and stops. Hear her mutter a few last words, and she backs away. You can now see the outer formed shell, which was once a fleshy mound, is now hardened, almost an ivory-like color. Not in a perfect oval or sphere, but just kind of almost like a lump, a large mass, a mound reaching out the wooden surface. You see Lorna Dane kind of walks up, taps it a few times, and you can hear a hardened thunk. And you hear Lorna Dane shout out, "Would you be a dear friend? I don't want her to see me as the first thing that she comes to with when she wakes up. I think it would be better if she saw her friends." To calm her down initially, so we can explain everything nice and easily.
Mustang will get up and walk over.
Much appreciated.
So old mammoth.
Duradon.
Dordon just stays put.
As the two of you walk over and stand in front of the mound, you watch as Laura Dane hands, kind of, not hands, but immediately, but you see she holds out in her hand towards Mustang a small silver dagger and gestures for you to take it.
He takes it.
Well, I don't exactly know when your normal day of birth is, but consider this a gift. It is your friend Risa Amos, her new special day of a rebirth. Or rebirth day. It's funny. Kira laugh. You see Kira just kind of... it was alright. Well, do the honors.
See what life your friend has become. I must warn you, though, results may vary. And you can see as you step close to the mound, all of those lights begin to drift slowly down towards Mustang. Almost not wrapping around or enshrouding your form, but just hovering in the air above. And you can swear you can hear something coming from them. Whispers. Daggers in your hand. What does Mustang do?
Okay. We're wrapped in green things. There's a dagger in my hand. And I have not been given any other instruction. He imagines he's supposed to do something with it, but he's a little distracted by all these green orbs, so he's just going to try and listen closer to see if he can make out what they're saying.
Give me a perception check.
Okay. Perceive! Oh, 14.
14. Hard to tell.
Bummer.
It more sounds like almost just incoherent muttering, murmurs. In the same way when you're passing conversation on the street, you only pick up a few words. Except this time you can barely make out, even if it is language itself, just more like humming, just vibrations of sound. It's the best that you can tell for 14.
Okay. Well, he'll look to Lorna Dane and hold up the dagger. Is there something you wanted me to do with this?
Yes, I'd like you to shuck walnuts. They're quite delicious, hard to get through. I'll let the pause sink in. All right, it has sunken in enough.
It's sunken in, and
You do not need to follow my explicit orders immediately while we are on this ship, if that is what you're worried about. You are holding a knife in front of a mound of hardened flesh. If you would like your friends to awaken in a timely manner, that they come out correctly and not some sort of malformed monster, I suggest you cut into it.
appreciate the suggestion. And how tall is this mound of flesh?
Tall off the ground, it's only about 2.5, 3 foot.
Okay, it's a
Length?
lot smaller than Mustang.
Roughly about 6 feet.
I was more concerned about the height, because if he's gonna get a good angle on this thing, he's either gonna have to get on his knee. Yeah, he's gonna get on his knees so he can get some good leverage on this thing and
Do a
start.
good crouch.
Yeah.
Attaboy.
Get to work.
Wild.
It's a familiar feeling.
Yeah, it is. You bend down and you start cutting into it. The first chip is harder than you imagine. You don't put enough force into it. And you make a scratch. But then you start bearing a little bit more weight. And then you start forcing the dagger a little further in. And you hear a crack. As you push in and begin to pull down in a straight vertical line to cut it open, after the initial indent, after the initial cut, it's easier. It doesn't feel necessarily like flesh. Go ahead and make me a nature check.
Oh boy.
just before you open it up.
Okay. Nature, nature, nature. Oh, it's freezing. Okay, there we go. That's gonna be a 19.
19? You're quite familiar with what this might feel like. In fact, you've broken many in the past. You've been a farmhand before. You've worked on ranches. It's only natural that you've broken a few eggs. Feels very similar to a shell. After the first crack and going down, you can see the way that it breaks. The stress patterns that appear nearby. The angle at which you're using the knife to carve into it. You immediately find an easier way, as you recognize this isn't flesh. This is hardened outer shell or something softer within. As you finish cutting it open, you throw the two sides down. This is much lighter than you expected. And inside, you see a humanoid shape curled up in a ball. You can see it is covered in a strange, and is pretty well lit on the Dragon's Vow. So you can see it's this kind of dull bluish greenish liquid, almost looking like a murky green swamp water. You can see it's covering this form. It somewhat begins to splatter and leak out as the main shell is broken, seeping onto the deck nearby. You can see some seeps onto your boots, and you watch as Laurentang takes a few steps back to avoid the same fate. Kira doesn't move. You look down at the form, and it is a smaller form. You can see a female silhouette. But as you look down, you don't see blue.
Oh.
You see a detail, texture that you're unfamiliar with. And you watch as slowly opening up this small light peeps out from inside. Flashing green at first and then settling into a dull yellow. You see an eye staring back at you. You watch as the body shoots up, almost as if a puppet on strings has been pulled. Neck snapping to the side, you see no longer a humanoid shape that you are familiar with. You don't see skin. Instead, you see feathers.
Oh.
Lots of feathers.
Oh.
As Caitlin, if you would be a deer, and go ahead and share that in game visuals.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm so excited.
Oh,
You see
freaking out.
staring at you a creature that you do not recognize, and in its eyes, sharing no recognition, looking almost as if past you, or maybe through you. This strange feathered creature tilts its head to the side. standing perfectly still. You can see its form at this moment harder to make out, but still mainly patterned with black and white feathers. You can see two razor-sharp claws as feet. Their hands, almost talons. And you watch as they take a step forward, still staring. As they open their mouth, you hear that same murmuring that was drifting through the air grow louder. No sound comes out, but a almost vacuumous void, this kind of suction begins to grasp the air around it, and you can feel a slight pull as all of those green orbs, one by one, begin to get sifted through the air and sucked down towards this creature. And as they are devoured and sent inside of this body, you watch as they do not break eye contact with you, still staring deep beyond. The neck, without moving any of the rest of its body, cracks to almost 100-degree angle and looks at Lorna Dane. Cracks just a smidgen further, far past the point of a humanoid neck could handle without being dead. And looks at Kira. It snaps back to Mustang. It looks down towards Mammoth. It looks over towards Duradon. And it looks down at itself. And you watch as the body begins to glow slightly green, rising off, almost like mist or steam rising off of a body as you exit a bath or a hot springs. You can see waves and shimmering in the air as it continues upward for about roughly 6 to 10 feet. And you begin to hear the voices. Reese, come back. Come back. We're here. The head fully snaps to the side, and you can hear an audible crack. You're not the same one we saw before. You're different. I know you. Turns towards Lorna Dane. You. Looks down towards Mammoth. Hey. Hey, little guy.
Hi there.
The hand reaches out and you can see green. That mist slowly extends outward towards you before you watch the other arm grab it and begin pulling it back. And you can see the body almost fighting with itself. I just want to reach out and touch him. What's wrong? I just want to pat my good friend on the head. That's all. Nothing more. Why won't you let me, Reese? Why won't you let me? I want out. I want out. I don't want to do this anymore. I've waited too long. too much. I've experienced it. I want freedom. I want. You see a slight glow comes from the neck of this creature. Not exuding from the neck itself, but you can see a dull, almost frumming red coming from directly above the collarbone. You hear just a voom, voom, voom. As you see Lorna Dane holding up what looks to be a small circular dial. And the green immediately fades as Reese drops back to the ground. Huh. That does not normally happen. There was more than one soul in that body. In fact, there was still many. She turns slowly with a smile towards the rest of you. Looks like your friend had a few skeletons in the closet. One really wanted to get out. You hear a deep inhale. That same greenish fluid comes leaking out of their mouth, hacking onto the ground. And you see breath being taken into the body. As Risha Amos. Even though it's only been roughly 2 hours, it feels like a lifetime of you being gone. You reopen your eyes, and you are staring at a somewhat snow-covered, starry night, with no recollection of what just happened. And as you wake up, you hear a voice. Reese! Reese! Wake up! Wake up!
Damn it.
You're sleeping. It's time to get up. Your friends are waiting.
Nope. Something's not right.
Up, Reese. You look around, and you can now take in the scene as you are in a small pool of the green bluish liquid. You can see a shell-like outer body broken around you, and you see all of your friends. Mustang and Mammoth sitting in front of you. You look to the left and you see the mage that you were fighting earlier, standing there smiling. Reese also recognizes, Kira Dumbala, standing next to her. And you can see Duradon sitting on the far end of the ship. The only thing you don't recognize is your own body. As you look down at yourself, and you don't see blue. You do not see 6 fingers. Instead, you see feathers. And currently, risque Owlin form. So you also are not currently wearing any equipment or clothes.
She stands up, not quite aware of her nakedness at the moment, and like kind of takes in each person. She lingers on Kira for a second, but then returns her eyes to her friends. She's shaking a bit. Mustang?
Reese,
Mm.
is that you in there?
Uh, she looks down at her body. Y- Yeah.
Mustang is going to take off his cape and give it to her.
Yeah. Don't look. I'm naked. She like grabs it real quick and throws it over herself.
You perfect. Yeah, you do so.
No, I promised I'm focused on other things. And he's kind of looking over his shoulder at Newman and then back at Reese. How are you feeling? I can only imagine.
It's wrong. I have. She looks over her shoulders and like at her wings. They sort of stretch out to their full length above her. Muscles where I've never had muscles. I don't. It feels wrong. It's
No, not wrong. Welcome back to the land of the living, Rishamos.
Amos. That feels wrong too.
It's a pleasure. Your flesh was beyond repair, and we did not have a way to bring you back in a form you'd be familiar with. Your soul seems intact, but your body chose a different form. One of a more beastkin kind.
How did I?
You fell. Quite far.
That's ironic.
Fate does seem to be an adjusting mood. I suggest we find somewhere for you to sit, get warm, and bring you a fresh change of clothes.
Yeah. I'd appreciate that.
Kira. You see Kira heads down beneath the deck and appears a few moments later with what looks like to be slightly more fancy clothes than Reese would normally wear. But you see a kind of silken shirt followed up by nice leather pants, which would fit a humanoid with two normal legs. But as you are now a little bit on the thinner side for Owlins, and the talons not as accessible, you go to put them on, and you just hear a ripping sound as your talons tear into the bottom of the pants. And you can just see a look in Kira's eyes. She just says goodbye to those. It'll do for now to help keep you warm. And she gives you a coat over that as well, which is a little hard to put over your newfound wings as the coat kind of goes across your back. You can feel it over the new extension of your body and the weight on it. It's not too uncomfortable or painful, but it is just a weird new sensation to be able to feel things back there that you normally couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it seems that my side of the bargain was upkept. I hope this is a small sign of trust going forward, that I am a woman of my word.
Bargain.
Risha.
A bargain, and she like looks around to her friends, kind of worried.
Yes. A small price to be paid for what you and your friends inflicted upon mine. Nothing to worry about, but something I would like to discuss with you. I'll allow you an evening's rest before I get into too much of details. But I ask you this. Do you think you can behave for one night? I would rather not have to expend any more resources.
I'm a little preoccupied. She's like looking at the rest of her body. I've got a lot to think about.
Good. Welcome back to the land of the living. I hope you enjoy your stay and you don't try and depart early again. I'll allow your friends a moment. Just know, for tonight, the rest of you, I'd like you all on watch throughout the night. I hope that isn't a problem.
No, ma'am. We will watch like you've never seen.
Wonderful. I'll let you be. Watch
Mustang
as she and
is-
Kira
oh,
takes
go
a few steps away.
Okay.
A few steps away. They're still on the deck of the ship. They don't go below, but they go to the stern and begin talking.
Mustang, if Reese will allow, will lead her, Reese, over to where they were sitting before, but not quite up the stairs because he knows Kipley's body is up there.
No, it's not.
Oh,
Not
wait, I
anymore.
thought you put it back.
Nope.
Never mind. Okay. No,
She appeared a few moments later, but she didn't appear with the body.
Oh, crap. Okay, that's... we'll put a pin in that. And he'll help her up the stairs if she needs it.
Yeah, she'll take his hand for sure. She'll still be shaking.
It's a strange feeling because you know the experience of what it's like to walk, but with each step you take, it almost feels like you are bearing down with pressure and force you don't normally have to. I cast backwards knees. The elegance required to be able to walk in this new bird-like form is not immediately given, and you do stumble a bit and struggle to maintain a kind of natural pace, but with Mustang's help, you do make it back to the rest of the group at the back of the boat.
I
Alright.
don't
And your
know what-
token should already be updated.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Alan.
It is. Thank you.
As soon as you sent the art over, Fank passed Dom because he remembered to do it. I looked at it tonight and I was like, "Oh shit, did I do that?" Thank God, yes.
Oh, now there's two.
Oh, I'll remove the old one. You're
As it should be.
good. No. Just a duplicate just falls dead in front of you. Help me.
I don't know what to do with all this. Where's... She looks around. Where's Kipley?
Oh, Reese. Do you want me to give it to you straight or put it nice?
Yeah, they put her in the jar.
I guess we're giving it to you straight. Thank you, Mammoth.
Mm-hmm.
A jar?
Kipley. Let me rewind a couple steps. That lady, Lorna Day Newman, and Kira, who brought you back. Oh my god, that's so funny. th- they're not exactly here as friends, as you could infer. We're more like hostages, if you will. They said that they would bring you back in exchange for us doing a job for them, stealing from some powerful family, which we will hopefully get more information about. And even if she didn't put such a encouraging reward on the table, I doubt we would have had much say in the matter, because when Kipley refused to almost swear fealty to this lady, he killed her and put her soul in a jar and said we could only have her back once we finish the job.
Ah. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be a burden.
Oh, what? Reese, where's this coming from?
She didn't hurt you. Little, feathered. They're not technically ears, they're literally just large feathers on the back of her head, but they, like, kind of crease down as if they were ears of an animal, sort of shamefully. You guys are roped into another event that was either forced by or because of me. I'm sorry.
Oh, Reese, you can't think that way. This wasn't your fault. I think regardless of whoever passed, I'm sure that you would have done the same to try and get them back. You're a close friend of many of us here, and I know maybe I can't speak for everyone, but I speak for myself when I say that even if things feel different right now for you in this body, even if it feels wrong, I know that I'm happy to have you back, and that's got to be the right thing, don't you think?
Her shoulders ease a little bit, and her ears kind of come back up a bit. Thanks, Mustang. Her eyes flicker between Mammoth and Durdon for a second. Come back to Durdon. She gets like a small smile on the side of her beak, and she just asks him, "So, did you get the chance to kill it?" I tried really hard to do what I could to help.
Yeah, it died and then came back to life. Relatively pointless.
Unfortunate. Seems like it's the
Yeah.
night for that kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, we achieved nothing.
No, we didn't achieve nothing. We paid over 2,000 gold pieces to achieve nothing.
No, I have its eyes.
Oh, Mammoth, you've done it again.
Yeah, I thought they'd be useful.
Yeah. Good job, kid. Good job. Fucking good job.
So
Speaking
what's
of-
this business that we're roped into then?
Stealing from that mysterious, powerful family I mentioned. Which, seems like she might be teeing us up to fail, but if not through confidence, through spite, I think we shall succeed.
Powerful family? She sort of like shakes her head slowly with a little shoulder shrug. In question.
We don't know much more than that. That's all we got right now.
Uh,
But
What are we doing? I'm a little lost. Or what are we supposed to be doing?
Reese, I wish I could offer you more clarification, but that's all we know right now.
And this woman, it is. This is our course of action. We're not fighting, right? And she looks to Durhodon.
Oh, listen, I don't mind fighting and or dying, but it seems that you all are fairly attached to your lives. So, I mean, that's really up to you.
Well, I could use rest. I feel strange. Still, I don't. Even talking is weird. I don't have. And you hear her like click her beak together a couple times. Mustang, I don't have lips.
Yeah, I know about that. When I first came to be whatever I was, it was hard learning how to navigate the world in a body that didn't make sense to me. But over time, you learn and you'll make mistakes, and sometimes it'll be painful, but in the end, it'll be worth it. There's a lot of good things in the world that you can experience regardless of what body you're in.
Ooh. Would Reese be aware of the spell that was used to revive her? Like-
It's something far greater than anything you would have been able to cast or know about.
Cast, but not necessarily read or seen or otherwise in the past.
High tier magic is not common knowledge.
Okay.
Anything normally above 4th level
Mm-hmm.
starts to get more obscure.
Okay.
You know it's some form of resurrection magic.
For
excuse me.
sure. Yeah.
But to the actual spell and degree of which you were resurrected by, no idea.
All this, and she gestures towards her body and back to where the eggshell was. Seems like it might have been mightily expensive, so either I'm in your guys' debt or her debt, and I'd rather get out of that without fighting it, if I'm being honest.
Oh, did you tell her about the year of slavery that she's gonna probably have to undergo?
Yeah, so I wanted to maybe ease into that, but she cast a spell on all of us that if we disobey her orders or try to run away or scheme, get any fancy ideas, for the next year, actually, it'll just be instant death, the best kind. And that leads me to my second point. She cut you open and put something in you while she was bringing you back.
What?
We don't know, but I think it's best if you know rather than not know.
Okay. You see, like, her chest, like, start rising and falling a little faster than normal. So, we killed Sky Swimmer, but it's still alive. I died, and I'm still alive. Kipley is in a jar. We're enslaved for a year. I have some unidentified object inside of me, and I definitely owe debts. This is... She, like, sits down onto the boards of the onto the floor of the ship. Oof. What do you guys want to do?
Well, unlike Duradon, I don't fancy dying. So I plan on doing what it takes to get out of this horse shit. And mind you, this is mighty deep horse shit. I won't pretend with you. But I have a life I want to live, and I have lives that I want to see you all live. And somehow, by hook or by crook, I'm going to make it happen.
I hook up.
Well, she like goes to get back up to her feet and holds her hand out to Mustang for like a hand. As her
Oh,
legs
yes.
wobble.
He will help her up, and his second hand will kind of come over to assist, but seeing as you're able to get yourself back up on your feet, he will not touch you.
You may as well get all the information. She looks to Zyrus. Anything else you'd like to add?
I'm very happy you're alive.
Thanks.
You have a stunning silhouette.
She like looks back down at herself. What?
I was trying to think of a compliment or a joke, and I failed mightily.
I don't think anybody's ever said that before.
Well, the weather sure is nice tonight, huh?
Yeah.
And actually, you don't feel very cold, actually, Reese. Now that you've gotten goo off of you, feathers, pretty good at keeping you warm in this cold, desolate ocean.
Can she feel or understand at all what is inside of her? She takes a moment to.
Roll me an investigation
about it?
check on yourself.
Ooh.
Investigate yourself.
Oh, she is
Natural
ready.
one. Nope.
Not ready for anything right now.
Nope. Nope, 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 nope. You can use a reroll if you want on that.
No, I like it. Leave it alone.
Okay. You go to kind of scratch your own body, and you're just like, probably not the best idea when your body is so fresh. Also, you are exhausted. You don't come out with any levels of exhaustion, but you just are mentally exhausted from the gymnastics you've had to do today.
How are you guys feeling? How long has it been?
Only a few hours.
I was only dead a few hours.
I'm sure it felt like longer.
Just
It always does. Reese.
What's up?
For some reason, you are well aware that he's been around you and that you've been carrying him now for over a month. But for some reason, in this madness, you recognize that Damien hasn't talked in over a month. Never mind shown any signs of activity in over a month. And as you think about the creature / person who's been occupying around your body, a thought dawns on you about the creature that thrived inside of your body.
Oliver?
Silence. Go ahead and make me an Arcana check. 13.
I can no longer add a +4
No.
d4 to it.
Welcome to racial changes. With a 13, even with a 13, you can still understand to a basic degree that Oliver was not part of you. He was a separate creature. He was his own entity. He lived inside of you, but he was still a parasite.
Mm.
Meaning he functioned on his own will, accord, and in his own mind and body. You guess that unless it's a very powerful resurrection spell, using the lowest level possible and the most baseline of magic probably doesn't bring back 2 bodies. Especially not 2 souls.
Mustang, I think Oliver's gone.
You see him look between the egg and then you and back at the egg as he kind of puts the pieces together. Did they leave him behind?
I he might have died when I died. He's not exactly me. He died of his own accord. So unless if they had a part of him or him, his body, I don't know if I remember what he looks like. I don't think he came back with me.
I mean, I guess that makes sense if he was kind of his own thing.
What did she like pats at her like chest and her stomach? What did the thing they put in me look like?
It was... Dom, you said metallic?
Go ahead and roll me. Oof. No, Dom didn't think about it back then, so this is a little late. Go ahead and roll me perception check.
Okay.
I would say history, but I know that's not a lot of people's strong suits, so I don't want to be mean.
I'm gonna use my inspiration. I'm
What'd
mean
you
to
roll?
myself. I rolled a 13.
Okay. You can use inspiration if you want.
Give me something good. Okay, 17.
17. All you saw was in her left hand was a metal box.
Okay.
You don't know if she put something inside of her from inside of it, if it was the box itself, but all you saw was a maybe at most by like 4 to 5 inch wide box.
Okay. Well, it was a small metal box about yay big, and he'll use his hands to 4 to 5 inches apart. And I didn't quite glean where she put it, as you know, you were in an egg. Couldn't tell you if something was inside of it or not, though. Just a metal box.
Out of character, how is Mustang looking right now, like physically and Mammoth and Dirt on?
I think Mustang, he looks like shit. He has 3 hit points. He's looking almost see-through.
You know,
Sorry.
no, go ahead. I'll answer.
He looks fine, actually.
Okay.
Mammoth is like kind of more or less fine, but kind of disheveled and scratched up and more spacey than normal.
Whoa.
You know, in the spirit of not looking like ourselves, when she looks down at herself again, you're not looking so hot, Mustang. And she like takes a couple steps closer and like brings up her hand. May I? And it hovers just before your arm.
No. Of course, Reese. And he'll lift up his arm to meet your hand.
And she's gonna cast Cure Wounds as her first spell in her new body.
Oh. It's like cracking
Roll one, roll
champagne on the
one.
bow of a yacht.
Let's go, Reese. Cure wounds. Cure wounds.
Spell casting ability modifier.
Joke's on you. It's actually inflict wounds. You dead.
I
Just
Sleeper
nasty.
agent. Sleeper
get out the jar.
agent.
Get out the jar.
It says 15 points of
50?
healing.
Oh, that's
Wait,
pretty
15?
good. That's
8. Am I reading the wrong?
That should
thing?
only be plus your spellcasting modifier for healing.
My spell. Oh, that's my spell attack bonus.
That's 13 points of healing.
My
still pretty
apologies.
good.
I just
Still pretty good.
I was looking at the wrong spot.
No worries.
Still rolled 8 on the 1d8, so.
Yeah, really
That was
good.
good.
Maximum heals. We take it.
Champagne on the yacht.
Champagne on the yacht.
When she
Or in this
casts
case,
the
the
spell, her like taloned black fingers come away from your arm and sort of like click against each other for a second. And she flexes her hand a couple times. This is gonna take some getting used to. I only have 5 fingers. She like holds it up in front of her face.
What a
Welcome to the
terrifying
club.
thought.
Mustang will hold up his hand kind of by his head. 5 fingers ain't so bad, I promise. Just be patient with yourself. It's gonna take some time.
They were really good at building, though.
Yeah, I can't argue with that. 6 fingers is pretty good for tinkering. But I'm sure there's going to be a learning curve, especially with such magnificent talents. But at the end of the day, you're still you. All your skills, it didn't come from your hands or your additional finger. It came from you.
She like looks around awkwardly, like if what he's saying doesn't make sense. You guys need a rest before we think anymore. I know I could. She like holds her hand to her forehead for a second. I don't know if I want to make any decisions yet today.
No, I totally agree. That's why we held off on getting some more information about that family. I think we all need to get ourselves in working order before we do anything serious.
She turns to Mammoth. Hey, little buddy.
I
I don't look too weird now, do I?
Oh, you look pretty cool.
I admit the wings are. She like brings them up above her head again. Looks up at the wing tips. interesting.
Yeah, that's got to be handy.
She looks back to Mustang. I guess I sacrificed a finger for a wing.
I think that whoever got your finger, that you stiffed them. It's a pretty good trade-off.
She looks back to Mammoth. I hope everyone can adjust all right with me like this.
I mean, I don't think it really matters a whole ton. You're still Reese.
She smiles. How are you feeling, little guy?
Tired. Kind of hungry. You know, the usual.
She looks back to Durdon and Zyrus. Should we see about some food, or where is the rest of the staff? She looks around the boat.
You can see all huddled up. Only reason you can see him is because Jorg is so big. You can see Jorg's head is just cresting at the same height as the railing at the very top of the ship here. And you can see he's currently sitting down with the rest of the crew, all kind of just no longer tied up, but just kind of sitting in front of the captain's quarters.
She'll turn away from the others and try to take a few steps on her own. Without Mustang support towards the stairs over here.
Go ahead, give me a dexterity check.
All right. Nope.
7. You get a solid 4 steps. On the 5th, you teeter, and you kind of put both arms out to catch yourself. But with your new instincts, both wings shoot out at the same time, and a little gust of wind picks up as they flap and throw you onto your back as a little gust of wind just whoop, woof, throws you backward.
She's gonna look at people like the way a cat does when they fail at jumping. Just complete shame.
Shame, anguish, even.
Yeah, anguish. Yeah, total anguish. She like fumbles awkwardly between large talon feet, hands, and wings, trying to right herself back up again. And like clears her throat a bit. And pats down her feathers on her thighs. Mustang. She give me another hand.
All right. Only because you asked. And he's joking, but he'll come over and help you out.
That was embarrassing.
It could have been worse. But at least you know the wings work a little.
Ooh. I thought maybe I'd go down and say hi to Kira. It's been a while.
Uh, are you gonna go down with Mustang to talk with them?
Yes.
As you two start making your way down, Duradon, can you go ahead and roll me a perception check? I'm gonna say with advantage, just because you have a lot of time to.
Is it
Take a
night
look.
outside?
It is currently nighttime. Yeah, it's roughly around 7:30, 8 o'clock at night.
Can Mammoth go with them?
All right, cool. Yeah, you can go with him. Cool. We'll be right back.
Wait, what?
Whoa,
What?
that's crazy.
Mustang, I can see. Like, he like blinks her big yellow eyes every time. Really well.
Yeah, I'd be disappointed if you couldn't with peepers like those.
Hashtag because Allens have superior dark vision. And Reese didn't have any dark vision, so
Yeah,
big
I'd say.
change. It was really ironic that when I rolled for my body, I rolled one with wings and she fell to her death.
It's fitting.
The irony was not lost on me.
I love it.
I love her design so much.
Me too.
I'm
Well,
in
I've
love
got-
with the bird lady.
I wonder if Dom will give me shit if I post the other photos now. Okay, I'm gonna put the rest of them. I actually, guys, I made 3 pages of character study for her. I've never done a character study that in depth before. I just could not help myself but continue making more.
Is this your own
What do you mean
artwork?
study?
Yeah. Yeah.
Aw.
Yeah. Well, like when you're making your own artwork, Ryan, like sometimes sketching out different positions and stuff until you find one you like helps bring a character to life, I guess. Ash might know kind of how that
It's
feels.
true facts. Or just
Yeah.
like drawing different outfits, different poses, seeing
It's
what fits.
fun. Yeah,
makes
so
sense.
so that first page that I posted, it's got a couple different expressions that are detailed out and a couple that aren't, and then like a back view of what her wings and tail look like, and so it's like a part of a character study, like what does she look like from this angle and what does she look like in this pose. So I did one of some of her like abilities. I actually did this one, and I was supposed to use the top left one as one of her like intro pictures, but I never finished it. For like, oh shit, I'm naked, don't look.
Oh shit, I'm naked.
Wow. Oh my god, is she gonna get a helmet?
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. I don't have one, but I thought
It's
it
sick
would
as
be
fuck.
kind of cool, yeah.
Wow. Oh my gosh, I love the bird lady so much.
And there's one more with some of her other abilities, like her Necro Ray, and
Oh, the Ray.
yeah. I made one. There's one on here that an ability I don't actually have, but I want. so, but yeah.
But I want.
I want it. I've waited long enough. Dom can.
Oh my gosh. The Reaper. The Reaper, Freudian slip. Rapier. That is so sick.
Yeah, that's a cool.
She's like our birdie battle angel now.
Yeah, that's fucking cool as hell.
Dom. I don't know. He told me to. I can't remember what he said. Oh, I had the first page done like the next day after she died, and he's like, "It's been 24 hours. Slow the fuck down."
No. I would do the same thing. I literally would start making a new character as soon as Reese died. Like, same session.
um, And yeah, and so by I think Monday I had two full pages of character study, and then I started the last page probably midweek, and then I was all excited last week to show them off, and she never got resurrected. Like,
I was so bummed.
mm,
But you know, good things come to those who wait, I suppose.
mm. It was cool putting her abilities together, like Necro Ray and her Usher of Souls. I was really enjoying that.
Wow. Oh, there we go.
And Duradon is dead. Thank God.
Oh
Moving on.
God.
Next character. Okay. So, as all of you, the majority of you, begin to make your way down towards Kira, is it just Mammoth, Mustang, and Reese? Duradon still holding his post?
Is Kira by herself or by the
They're
lady?
currently still talking at the moment.
Cool. Duradon is just going to sit and watch more intensely, but wait for them to separate.
Gotcha.
As we're walking over there, Mustang is going to whisper to Reese, I don't know how great of a conversation this is going to be while Miss Newman is still over there. She's a bit of a talker and also very controlling.
Yeah, well, she put something inside of my new body, so I think I'd like to at least ask her a couple questions.
Sure, go for it. That's your prerogative. But don't say I didn't warn you.
You walk over, and you can hear her in the midst of conversation with Kira. She goes, right, and do try and find... Alduin should be somewhere nearby. I'm not sure. He can't swim, so scour, say a good mile radius before you turn for the evening. That will be all. Thank you. And she turns as you kind of step up towards her. Oh, wonderful. Are you settling in well?
Getting adjusted. It's a lot to... She looks down at her knees, and they're still a little wobbly. Range after being alive for 120 odd years and having new knees and wings.
And new hands, and new wings, and new feathers, and new skin, and all of the loveliness. But
Yeah.
you are alive. I will say, if you look to return to your previous self, it can be done. The process is expensive, but if you ever have the coin and the time, I certainly wouldn't mind turning you back to a Vidalcan. I know they tend to be a proud... Well, most of them tend to be a proud race, who value themselves on their long lives and intelligence. So if it's something you'd like to return to, I can do it.
Oh. I wasn't aware that was an option.
Oh, it's not an option for the majority of people, creatures, mages, wizards, just about anyone.
I think
But you
I've got
see-
enough debt to settle with you yet, so maybe I'll think on it.
I'm glad you're thinking that way. I assume your friends told you about your mission? The mission that they were assigned?
They had little information, something about a powerful family.
Yes. You'll get more information later. For now,
Why not now?
because a lot has just happened and I don't want you to get confused. Also, I like to value my assets when they are in top condition, and none of you currently are. If
Yeah, I
you
mean,
are likely to join them on this mission, you can. However, it is not required for you to do so.
She looks over her shoulder at Durdon and Zyrus. They stayed over there, Jared?
Zyrus is staying with Duradon, who I think said he's waiting till they separate.
I guess
Yeah.
Mustang and Mammoth would be sort of next to me. Well, now my lot's tied to these companions. I'd rather not go anywhere without them.
You're welcome to join them. It would make the entire thing easier. I just don't want you to push yourself or also get in the way in case you're not used to your new body yet by the time the mission rolls around. You could be useful. I think you'll be very useful if you choose to. Just know that tomorrow I will have to perform a slight bit of arcane magic on you, just to assure you won't go too far.
So if I decide to go with my friends and complete this task, then you're going to use...
I'm going to do it either way, dear.
Ah.
Just to ensure that you don't do anything too rash.
And my word isn't good enough.
No. One of your friends tried to lie to my face. I don't take words. Trust is something that cannot be earned upon meeting, especially the way that we did.
Hmm.
And I know you're quite a dangerous one. I saw what you did to the tail. I have a decent understanding of your capabilities. I prefer not to deal with that unpleasantness unless I have to. You understand?
She nods her head.
I thought you would. You are not a necromancer, correct?
I suppose, like, I'm...
Your main trade.
I was calling myself a bone cobbler.
Bone cobbler.
In a
Cobbles
way,
bones.
it was necromancy.
But you have deeper ties to artifice, do you not?
Oh, yes. It was just a way that I found that I enjoyed building was with flesh and bone. That was from my... But artificer is...
Tend to be logical.
Hmm.
Tend to think before they act. Which is why I have hope for you yet.
Because
don't
trust is earned when action meets words.
Something like that.
She
I
smiles a little bit.
I don't trust anything except for coin, spells, and trust in the fact that this world will be forever changed and forever changing.
Sounds like a sad world.
Not at all. To trust in people only leads to downfall. However, we're not here to share morality or anything like that. I must retire for the evening. It's been a long day. I think the captain's quarters will do. Do you oppose that, Miss Omaril? Zyrus doesn't give a verbal response, just gives a hand wave. She goes, my deepest thanks.
Can I ask
If you have any
one
further
last...
questions, you can have Kira answer them.
Hmm.
Good evening, good night. And I hope to see you all in a good morrow. And she walks past and enters the captain's quarters. And it is just you and Kira left on the deck.
She's gonna try to. She's gonna let go of Mustang's arm. She's gonna try to walk up the stairs by herself.
Sure, make me a deck save.
Mustang's following pretty close behind you.
Mhm.
Oh my god.
Natural one. Hey, get him
No
out
way,
now.
no
Get him out
way.
now. Get him out now, Caitlin. You go to take a singular step, and there is a gust of wind. At just the right time, you go to lift, and your body is so much lighter than what you're used to that you are legitimately, with wings still outspread and not tucked into your form, blown back once again.
Do I crumple into the same heap?
Mustang, roll me a dexterity saving throw.
Oh boy. Right. Let's see what we got. 16.
16. As you're standing behind her, and you're just like, you're doing like the kind of like spotter sect right here.
Little
You're just
spotter
close.
hover.
Yeah, you're close enough that you feel like you could jump in, but you're not like right next to her. And you kind of see her take a first step, and you relax a little, and then she just goes back and looks like she's gonna eat shit, and you grab kind of like the base of her back and just have her there just before she was about to go past you and hit the ground. That's love, bitch.
Oh. Pardon my
Um,
dust, Reese. And then as he pushes you back up onto your feet.
Thanks. Spare me some more embarrassment. Oh. I think I'd be better at this.
Why?
Shrugged her shoulders.
You've never been in a new body before. Don't dwell on it too much. Let's get up there. And he's gonna kind of support you up the stairs.
Yeah, she'll go with. As she's like coming up to the top of the stairs, she nods her head. Kiara?
Nice to see you again. In one piece.
Meanwhile.
Sorry I couldn't choose the form you came back in.
She looks down. I think this will suffice. What is the spell that you used?
It's 5th level. Reincarnate spell.
Reincarnate.
Something my grandfather taught me.
Sort of fascinating.
It's pretty powerful. Although the random factor keeps most people from wanting to use it.
I wasn't really certain if I wanted to live still. But I'm glad I'm alive, so thank you.
Of course.
You seem to be aligned with Lorna Dane.
I'm here for now. I can't speak on it much past that.
Are you here against your will?
No.
Oh,
I'm here because I want to be. I assure you that much.
She nods her head. Sorry about your sister.
no.
You see the somewhat warm look that was over her face kind of goes dark for a second, as you mentioned, Maeve. And the kind stare that she was giving turns slightly more grimacing. Yeah. Me too. If you want, I can help cast a spell. It'll make you feel a little more natural tomorrow morning. I don't have the slot for it right now.
How long
Got
does
it?
the
Any
spell
questions
last?
besides that? It should be instant.
Duration?
Yeah.
Might want to understand my own bones without the assistance of somebody else's magic.
Very well, you will. I'm fine either way. She looks around towards the rest of the group. Look. I'll say this. I know you're probably thinking 1,000 different things right now. I'm doing this for a good reason. All of you, I don't know why, I don't know how fucked up twist of fate managed to put you here at this time. But please don't. Just don't try and make more problems than there already is.
Yeah, we have too many to solve at the moment.
I'm gonna try and convince her to let you guys go, because I'm gonna be very honest. I don't know how useful you'll be. No offense, but I heard about all your past missions for Maeve, and none of them involved stealth. And the only ones that did failed. So I'm gonna try and talk to her in the morning. If you do end up helping, do the bare minimum and just get out.
I think I could help pretty well.
You're a child.
Yeah, but I'm small, and I could get into small spaces, and I could like turn into a rat or something.
Have you ever
If that.
stolen from an archmage before?
No.
Then I don't know how useful you'll be for your first time.
We're stealing from an archmage.
I'm kind
Uh-huh.
of excited.
Stealing. This is the job. We're stealing something.
That was what we were originally going to do by ourselves with all of the men that were once alive. But they're all dead, and the sky swimmer is severely injured, and he probably won't be back in action for at least a week.
Reese can't help but yet have like a smirk of satisfaction on her face for a moment.
Yeah. Glad you're enjoying this.
And she like makes a point to like change her expression. Feels awkward with her new facial muscles. We're set on a task. I mean, what are you gonna?
You had a
We're set.
choice. You all had a choice. and you made
Oh.
it.
Yes. That we did. What is Lornadane?
If you think just because you've eaten at my house, and because you're friends with my sister, were friends with my sister when she was still alive and not dying on your watch, if you think that is going to make me tell you everything, you're wrong.
Reese rises a little bit of an eyebrow.
If I had it my way, none of you would be on this ship right now. We would be on our way, peacefully, in the skies, unbothered. We're not friends. I barely know you. And the only thing I currently attribute to your name is the death of my big sister. So try and do what you're told. Try not to cause problems. And hopefully, we will part ways in the morning.
Don't mistake my freedom of questions for thinking that you're my friend. I came up here to thank you for resurrecting me. I now have a new body that is fairly functional. But if this is the tone you're going to take, then so be it. And she turns away with Mustang.
It's 1,000 gold. You can feel free to pay back to the Dumbala family whenever you get a chance.
She
I don't
flits,
care.
attempts to flit her wing across her face when she walks down the stairs.
Make me a dexterity. No, I'm kidding.
I'll roll for it. I'll roll for it. I'll spend my
go
inspiration
ahead,
on it
go
too.
ahead. Good.
Oh,
You do
there
so.
we go.
You do so. It feels weird. You kind of hit yourself in the face a little bit, but you do so. And you hear the last one she says, feel free to pay it to them or leave it at Maeve's grave. I don't want your money.
And she continues walking without responding or looking over her shoulder.
Watches Kira transforms back into draconic form and dives into the water.
That lady sucks.
People grieve in their own ways. It's easy to hate when you've lost people you've loved.
You need to be rude about it.
I wish everyone were so straightforward in their thought processes, Mammoth.
What does that mean?
People are very complicated, and they do a lot of stuff that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But the part that doesn't make sense is that the nonsense in his own way makes sense if you think about it long enough. But don't bother thinking about it long enough.
Yeah, you lost me there.
I am tired, and she sits down on the bottom of the stairs.
Is
think
this
I'd
where
like-
you want to stay the night, or do you want me to carry you up to everyone else?
No need to carry. I just shakes her head a couple times. Maybe just bring me down to a room. if you could help me walk just for now, maybe by the morning I'll have the mental capacity to understand my muscles.
Okay, we can do that.
Thanks.
So Mustang and bring Reese downstairs.
Cautiously, because he was never given express permission to go downstairs.
You die. No.
Oh,
Mustang just dissipates, dust in the wind. Yeah. As you bring Reese downstairs and you go beneath deck and bring her to her room, those on the surface see very quickly, only about 3-4 minutes after she was gone, Kira reappears, bursting out of the water, and dragging behind her. You see, at least Duradon sees a familiar figure as they clank onto the deck. Currently prone, and you see just lying on their back. You see as Kira transforms back into a normal humanoid and walks towards the front of the boat. This figure just kind of is just lying still, soaking wet. You see there's kelp and seaweed just kind of running along the armor, which is now slightly scratched and dented.
So everyone else has kind of went downstairs, right?
Yeah. Mustang and Reese went downstairs.
What about Mammoth?
Where the child at?
Mammoth went to his room.
There you go.
At this point, Duradon is gonna get up, and approach Kira, making his approach obvious. He's not trying to be quiet about it.
Sure.
And we'll give her space. He's not gonna walk up on her like a fucking New Yorker.
Hey, New York woman puncher. Come here.
Yeah.
Cool. As you walk up and get to the steps, you see the figure turns the metallic head towards you, and you hear, "Hang on a second. You! I remember you. You're the one who threw my head out the window."
Yep. I was hoping I'd never see you again, but hi.
What's your name?
Duradon.
Duradon? Of what family? What
A
house?
dead one. I don't have a house. I had a tribe.
I see. You see, he holds up the massive clawed gauntlet towards you. It was a pleasure. A little bro. I don't meet many people who figure out my ability so quickly. I normally get through about 20 men before they start to realize. You're smart. You're quick. And then your sword turned into a person.
Yeah, I quick to think when it comes to violence, not as quick to think when it comes to tactics. At least not yet.
Well, I have to say it was a genuine pleasure. The name's Aldwin. I hope we get to brawl sometimes again in the future.
Yeah, you seem to be the most pleasant experience to come out of all of this.
Well,
it
you
was
know
good
what I
fight.
say? Good looks, pleasant manners. Everything comes. And he kind of gestures towards the armored body. Everything comes with this package. Ah, egg on it.
And kind of just doesn't. This is all still him prone, so he just kind of shifts to the side so you can walk past.
Say, Aldwin, this doesn't seem like your lot, or at least a lot for someone as sophisticated as yourself.
I am quite
You-
sophisticated for armor, aren't I? I appreciate for you noticing.
Is this by choice or by circumstance?
This is a contract.
Hmm.
I was hired by Miss Laurentine for about
And you see he goes to his gauntlet and starts slowly raising one finger by one finger.
about 4 months. I'm on my 3rd month right now. Petty paycheck I'm getting. Sum of about 50,000 gold.
Good money. You like working for her?
She doesn't talk much. She only makes me follow her around, keep her out of trouble. I'll make sure that if anything comes out of nowhere, like a group of unknown individuals into a flying colossal sky swimmer, I'm there as a first line of defense. Normally, I'm a much more sturdy first line of defense.
No, that's not on you. Honestly, if I didn't use my malice and my people's abilities like I did, that would have been a much more complicated fight.
Good to know. Good to know.
Yeah, so there's no direct connection between you and
Miss Newman.
Miss no, not Miss Newman, the Dumbala.
Oh, I never met her before. Don't know her. She hasn't really talked much either. Unless it's with Miss Lordine. So I just kind of keep my mouth shut. She kind of gives me the creeps. Her stares. If I'm a good shotter.
You'll either see me fly or die in a second, so
Sorry.
time to be a show.
Fly or die.
Yeah.
Or you gonna ask her out or something?
No, nothing like that. Probably just insult her family's honor.
Oh shit. I'd say let me
Mm.
get a bowl of corn to watch, but I can't eat, so I'll just watch instead.
Of course. She'll be a show. Just based on temperament.
If she does throw you in the ocean, just know I can't swim, so I can't go after you. So good luck.
Don't worry, I can swim. Water is you learn to adjust to your terrain as a hunter.
As a hunter,
Yeah.
what you are.
Yeah.
Right this way, Mr. Hunter. Good luck on your hunt. You be
Yeah.
hunting dragons.
Something like that. And he's gonna walk past, eyes now focused on Kira.
So Kira's currently looking out over the ocean, and you can see she's currently sitting down, so her legs are kind of just hanging off the side of the ship. And she's kind of focused intently on where your vision can actually meet her gaze. She's focused intently on the spot where the sky swimmer was.
Because even though it's still alive, it did lose a lot of blood, and the area that it left is now swarming with a mix of monsters, fish, and all sorts of sea creatures who want to taste. She does not address you as you approach.
I used to look up to your family. Most prestigious hunters known to that island and maybe far, far beyond. Your family was known, built their culture around glorifying that which they hunted. I never thought that as the greatest of the hunters produced offspring, that one of them eventually would be a coward.
And your intention with this speech is what? For me to lash out? Smite you where you stand? Feel angry? I know who you are.
As bold as. Okay.
I'm not hurt by your words. See, if it is just to rile me up, or to make me feel like I have a conscience, by calling me a coward and making me reflect, it's not gonna do much. I know I'm on the right path. I forged it myself. And you're right. We are excellent, not hunters. Hunters are primal people who do simple tasks like kill. A dragon doesn't kill. It simply rules over its horde and dominion. I would say I'm above that. My sister's above that. I'm not. She was above that in life. But your group made sure any cowardice, shame, whatever you want to call it, it's not gonna stop me. I don't care anymore. So say your piece, be direct, or you can leave. I'm not gonna force you to.
Cool. Direct is really all that I have. So I assume family dies, you become black sheep of some sort, strike out your own path, say you're justified because of the trauma of loss and I don't know, become whatever this is, subservient. I mean, you're really if the whole dominion thing that you're really dominating the position of being subservient. So I mean, I guess this is success.
You think I work for her? You're
That's what it
funny.
looks like.
You're really funny. Duradon, the Savage Hunter. You say is you're employed to a group of people who you've never met yet done so much for. I think if anyone here is being a servant or working for someone that they would never dream of before, that's you. Lorndane works for me. I do not work for her.
Mm. So it's a charade.
What, her attitude?
Something. Oh no, that's just genuine to I imagine genuine to the individual she is. No, the working, doing, beck and call, as she asks,
Because she
was
doesn't have me do anything that she can do. She only asks what's required. And I'll do it, if it makes sure that she will follow up on her end of the deal. Making sure she doesn't fall to her death, fetching a armored corpse out of an ocean doesn't bother.
I thought you just said she works for you.
Yes, she does. But I'm
Does she
also
know
not a
that?
fool to not listen to someone who is on the brink of becoming an archmage. So if she asks me to do something, that means she cannot do it herself. Simple as that. Now, if you're just trying to insult my pride, again, I could not give two shits. Not one. I am doing this for a greater cause than you can even imagine. And she is the greatest, highest chance of success that I can get close to guaranteeing that my goal is seen through. You've already had multiple members of your party die. We hadn't lost a single man until tonight. Let us do our work, and you worry about yourself.
So how long did it take you to get that down packed? The whole doing this for a greater cause, and I know my means are justified. I want to practice for when I'm as delusional.
She turns away.
Of all the things I thought I'd hear before I died, the roaring dragon gone silent wasn't one of them.
I already said any attempts to make me angry or rile me up are worthless. Whatever your business with the Dambalas is, bring it to my grandfather's home. See if you can walk around and talk as freely as you do now. you can get all the roaring you want.
You know, if I got such a luxury to talk to your grandfather, I wouldn't speak like this because that man is many things, but he's honest. He's a monster. I love both honesty and a monster. Never shied, at least in the public eye. I'm not sure how he is personally with his family, but he's never shied away from being what he is, who he is, the
What is your
monstrosity.
problem, dude? Like, what actually are you doing right now? Genuinely.
I mean,
If you
he's
want to get
talking now.
if you want to get a hard on for monsters, do it elsewhere. I'm not a companion that you can just talk to.
Don't answer, and I'll just babble.
No. I really prefer you fucking don't. So why don't you go
Don't.
walk around and talk to that little fuck toy of yours at the helm?
If I don't,
And if you don't, then I won't tell. Oh, excuse me. If you won't, then I will tell our friend, Miss Newman, all the things that you were saying to that ashy guy and apparently your sword.
ooh,
'Cause
okay.
next time that you think you're safe, you're not. Because guess what? You're in the presence of a monster. Does that make you excited? Couldn't care less. Get the fuck out.
Duradon is going to smile as she talks and as she speaks of uh
Go ahead and make me an
Ellie.
insight check with advantage.
Cool. That is 13.
Oof, 13.
Hold on, we'll use the inspiration for it.
Yeah, go for it.
Oh,
10.
worse.
13. I mean, yeah, you get a little bit. You don't get the more complex kind of thought processes, and you don't understand a whole lot about the situation because you don't got a lot of context for it.
Mhm.
But you quickly get the maturity level of this person is not much higher than a child. And seeing that she is an elf and knowing that she is a Damballa, you know that she is still technically in her younger years. And you are quickly piecing together some parts of the things that she said probably aren't fully true. Not that she has lied to you about the knowing about what you said with telepathically and stuff like that, but the
Mhm.
specifically it doesn't bother her, or
Mm.
she's moved past certain things. You can see in the sharpness and quickness of her replies, definitely starting to worm under her skin a little bit, starting to run a little hot.
Dang. Duradon is going to call back to the time when he was allowed to be a child, and play with other children before he was required to be a murderer. And he recalls one of the things that kids hate a fucking lot. uh, is when you look and stare at them and just smile and doing that, like, but I'm not touching you, kind of thing. Um, and he is just subtly going to work her nerves. He's gonna stop talking like she kind of asked. Um, but he is for sure going to sit like 10 feet away, uh, in plain view, just kind of looking at her,
How
and
long do you plan on
making
doing
little
that?
hand gestures. He will spend hours doing this.
Oh,
Until she
okay.
either moves or forces him to move or has somebody else try to come get him to move.
You see, she holds out for a long ass time. She just turns her back and ignores you, and you see she goes into a trance.
Yay. Oh, wait, she doesn't. Kira. Kira, hi. How are you?
No response.
Yeah, he'll, while she's trancing, he'll have a one-sided conversation with her.
I love this energy. Such. Oh, that's such a good shit right there.
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah. As you're doing all of this, Mustang, are you doing anything? Actually, I assume Reese and Mammoth both head to bed, unless Mammoth also wants to do something.
No, Mammoth is going to bed.
Cool. Cool.
Yeah, Mustang brought Reese down to her room. She was good there. Just doing some contemplating.
Smoky Man, what you doing?
He's gonna come back up top. He's not going to bother sleeping tonight. And plus, Newman did say that she wanted people to watch, and watch he will.
Alrighty. You come back up in the early stages of the Duradon taunting conversation. You can kind of watch it progress to the point where Duradon's just poking the air around Kira and just whispering her name. And you can now see the suit of armor that has been pulled up onto the ship. And as you approach, he kind of just waves at you as he's now kind of sitting, feet dangling. Not really dangling. It just kind of looks like he's using the ship as a seat, which is kind of terrifying. As he kind of just waves as you come up.
So Mustang can he hear what Duradon's saying?
You can make me a perception check. Or what's your passive perception? It's like 15?
No, it's 17.
17? You can catch the majority of it. It's kind of hard to make out what Duradon's saying at some parts because he's kind of talking in a more calm, quiet voice. But you can hear the majority of what Kira's saying because it is in a more kind of snappy, louder tone. So you caught like 80% of that conversation.
He's gonna hang out right here between the stairs and everything to listen to the whole conversation. And as they hurl insults at each other, when they say like a good one, he's gonna react accordingly and be like, "Damn!" But he's not gonna intervene.
Just people watching.
Yeah, it's like putting
See
on the TV.
Aldwin kind of leans in at some point. It's just like,
I say normally like this. Or is he just like turning it on for some reason? Do they got beef?
It's hard to tell with Duradon, but I think if I had to nail it on just one thing, it's that I don't know. He's a force for chaos, and he's a hunter. Whether he's hunting a creature or hunting someone's psychological peace, it's all the same to him. He wants to go in for the kill.
Brutal, that is, brutal. By the way, we haven't properly met. My name's Aldwin. Pleasure. Extends the metal gauntlet out.
He'll reach up and shake his hand. Mustang, were you on the Sky Swimmer, or did you just get here?
Oh, yeah, I was on the big worm. Protection detail for Miss Newman.
Oh, how is that? Is it good working for her? She'd pay well, I bet.
Pays really well, yeah. Got a good sum of gold in my pocket, and pays up front. Isn't too much a hassle. Doesn't really travel much, so I just kind of sit there, enjoying life.
This must be pretty out of the ordinary for you then, huh?
Oh yeah, no, your friend over there, Duradon, punched the shit out of me.
That
Destroyed
sounds
me.
like him.
Threw my head out a window.
Wow.
I normally hold a bigger grudge, but he's a smart one.
Yeah, they call him the Savage Hunter for a reason. Sure, you found out the hard way.
So what, you a group of sellswords? Mercenaries?
Oh, I wish. Vassals.
Oh, yeah, I don't sound too happy about that. Aren't they the cushy ones who get all the perks?
You know, I thought so at one point, but as I've been rolling along with this group, I'm seeing a lot more jagged edges than soft, cushy benefits.
Hey, never trust governmental bodies. I'm telling you. No
That's what
matter
I
what
try
it
and tell them.
is, whether it's the Brotherhoods, whether it's the Council, whether it's some himbos and hoobahs all trying to make new island groups together, just fucking go out on your own, see who has coin, and go from there. That's how I live life.
You know, I lived like that for a time, but I don't know. Being with this group has kind of changed my perspective a little bit.
Oh, getting all nice and soft, Mr. Ashy Man.
I fear so. I fear so.
Oh, don't want your tornado to turn into a dust devil, do you? Lose your edge.
Something I've considered, but it seems we've got plenty of things to sharpen our blades against. And he's gonna kind of. You say he's sitting on the ship. Would his leg be within range of him touching it?
It's his knee is at your head height.
Okay. Okay. As he says, plenty of things to sharpen his blade on. He's gonna like knock on his leg.
Ting ting.
Does he sound hollow?
Yeah.
Is there anybody in there?
Are you speaking to somebody?
I
What?
think you know that's not what I meant.
Never spoken to an animated armor set before?
No, I can't say I have.
Yeah. I
That's fascinating.
used to be a sellsword like you. Actually, well, I could say you're fascinating. You're a fucking sand person? Dust person?
I don't know, whatever's easier for you to remember.
Yeah, I used to be a human being once. Humanoid, technically. I was a half-orc. And, you know, I had a nasty accident. I took an arrow. Not to the knee. It was to the fucking chest. And I met this crafty artificer who said he could try something with me. Make me stronger, better. Never hurting by another weapon again. I said, yeah, and I didn't really know what he was doing at the time, but whoopsie doozle, yippity day, my soul is no longer in my body. And I'm like this. And I don't really need to sleep or eat or worry about my teeth falling out or, you know, taking shits anymore.
You must have to tell this story a lot if you got rhymes for it.
Oh, you no idea. Every benefactor that I work for wants to know, just to make sure I'm not a controlled armor set known by someone else, you know?
What was the name of that artificer? Do you know? You remember?
It was so long ago, let me see if I do. I'm not the smartest person in the tool shed. He had, I don't remember his name, but he was one of those, six-fingered chaps.
Oh, of a Dalkin.
Yeah, one of those. Blue skin, no hair. I swear you could see the reflection of the sun becoming a beam of... What's that spell? Ha! Sunbeam. Becoming a beam of sun. Really
Huh.
shiny. Yeah, he worked out of, he worked out of one of the, dwellers to the, west. I haven't been there in quite some time. Don't really plan on going back, but, I mean, hey, his work's effective. I can't really blame him. Cost me everything, but I'm better off now than I've ever been.
Well, if you ever remember his name, you ought to tell me. I say being a suit of armor doesn't seem so bad.
Is the downsides. Can't fit in a lot of places. I get this kind of, you know, distant treatment from a lot of people. But hey, I was a loner before, so I feel like I'm the best person this could have happened to. I don't really need people that much. Although I do miss having my dog.
Yeah, I noticed that I've gotten along better than with furry friends more than people most of the time, but I found that looking kind of strange is a good way to find people that will judge you for the things that matter, whether it be your skill or
How
who you
much
are.
gold you got in your pocket?
Yeah, that too, but I try not to think about that, seeing as I have none in my pocket at the moment.
Oh. Are you a high dom as well, protecting these guys?
Uh,
You don't seem like a vassal.
it's a lot more complicated than that.
Ah.
I guess I'm here by choice. Now that I think about it, there's nothing really keeping me here. Except me.
There you go. Fly free, fly proud, you know? Well, I
Yeah,
guess not everyone has the luxury of being a one-man army.
certainly not. Especially with people like Newman in the world. But that's why you work for him instead of trying to fight
Exactly.
him.
Get in their
You're
good
one of the
side.
smart ones.
I'm set for life after this. I'll never have to work a day in my, well, I guess it'll eventually run out in a few hundred years. Yes. Maybe I'll spend some time as a humanoid again, if I can find that doc. Put me in a new body. Ah, that's the one thing I really do miss having. Fucking sex. Haven't
uh,
had a good bone in, oh god, since I lost all my bones.
maybe I don't want to be a suit of armor.
You can fuck like that.
I can pick up a weapon, can I? There's other things I can pick up. And I can touch
You
you.
dusty dog! Slams your back with a massive armored mitt.
The dust comes flying out of him and he
You
kind of
just-
starts coughing.
That's a good one. I like that. Pick up other things. Well, you seem like an alright guy.
Oh, thanks. You too.
Be a shame if I had to kill you. Nah, I'm
Yeah,
just
it
joking.
would be a shame, wouldn't it? You see, Mustang starts to look a little nervous at his 16 hit points.
One armored fist ending it all. Well, you know, I don't think it'll get to that. I think unless your friend antagonizes Newman like he is this Dambala girl.
Oh, I think he's wiser than that.
Let's hope so, because he's been giving her the fucking nines all night.
He's gonna kind of peek up over the ledge if he can, and kind of check in on Duradon and see what he's doing.
What's Duradon doing?
And so after that birthday, right, the entire tribe ended up dying, and it was like a
Oh,
whole
God.
thing. But also, I mean, we went out like genuinely, I don't know, non-cowardice people. I can't say the same for you, but that's okay. And yeah, he's just getting quick jabs in wherever he can. And just
Go
for
ahead. Go ahead and make me. There's no charisma check for being annoying. Just go ahead and roll me. Go ahead and roll me an intimidation check using your strength. This is gonna be an annoyance check.
Okay, shit. Whatever this is, +7.
You do not want this to be high. I'm gonna tell you this right now. Okay, good. Good. That was probably your best outcome. She continues to ignore you and does not turn you to stone.
Listen, if she did, and that's how I went out, Jared would be so satisfied. Duradon
Be killed
would
by
be
your own NPC.
stoned. Yeah, Duradon would be stoned, so he wouldn't really care. So,
Hey.
How long has he been at it at this point?
A good few hours. A good hour or so. While you've been chatting up with Aldwin.
Should probably make him go to bed.
That might be a good idea. Is there anything that you guys would like to do before you turn on in? Got Aldwin speaking for me.
No, Mustang's happy. He'll keep watching. He's happy. He's made friends with Aldwin. Seems like a cool guy.
Cool. Duradon, are you gonna continue her all throughout the night, or are you eventually gonna try and sleep?
does Mustang come and get him?
Yes, I thought that would be implied. Yes, Mustang is, after watching you continue to pester this girl for hours, he's gonna come up the stairs and put a hand on your shoulder and be like, "Hey, Duradon, I love what you're doing here, but I think maybe for your sake, you ought to get some rest."
Yeah. I mean, we're doing a job together. I get to, for at least some extended period of time, do this for so long. I'm so excited. This is the first time I've wanted to go to sleep to wake up to just. Yes, I thank you. This is. I should be fully rested.
Your insults will be much sharper once you've feeling more yourself.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
I can't. Yeah, plus she's a boss. Did you know that she's the boss, by the way? It's not Newman.
Oh. Well, color me surprised. And he kind of just puts his hands on his hips. He's kind of skeptical.
Yeah, she's in control here. Watch out. It might get really wicked.
I'll keep that in mind, Duradon. I think you should get some rest.
I'm going. I'm heading down. I'm going.
Nothing seems funnier to me than Duradon roasting his own character.
Yup.
Watch out. Oh god. Alright, so you all head to bed, and you can all attain the benefits of a long rest. As morning rolls around, you can see Lornadane is already up and is already. Ew, that's the wrong layer. Oh, there we go. You can see she's already currently talking at the bow with Kira, who is also up and at it. And you can see Aldwin is not at the front of the ship, but is at the back. And you see there is this massive, what looks like to be, could have been like a massive like ship mast at one point. But you can see there's like this thick, about like a foot, slightly less than a foot thick rope, kind of tied to the end of it. And you can see it's cast out over the side of the ship that looks like a massive makeshift fishing rod. He's just kind of tapping his foot, not really caring. As you all wake up and head up, you can see breakfast is prepared. And Jared,
Again.
Not again.
Oh.
Oh, that was
What?
short.
so Duradon wakes up dead. Kira smiles. You see there's breakfast prepared. There is a small table that has been set out on the actual deck of the ship. You can see, unlike the rations that you've been eating mostly, there is eggs, bacon, bread. It looks like to be a pretty yummy looking prime cut of meat. Unsure from what animal, but you can see there's large enough portions for all of you and then some. And you can see Lorna Dane as she turns and sees you all awake and arrive, goes, "Wonderful, so we can finally get down to the goodies." So, and she walks and sits down at the head of the table and gestures for all of you to sit down. "We have some business to discuss."
I'm excited to hear
Yes.
about it, leader.
Have a seat. Does everyone sit?
You're
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. As you all sit down, and some of you beginning to eat breakfast, some of you just resting, you can see that Lorna Dane, not eating, but just looking around at all of you, goes, "I have been informed of your usefulness not being as warranted in this mission as necessary. And it seems like it's been requested that you do not partake in this mission. Now, I'm at a point where I have an awkward position in this mess. Because whether you would like it or not, the Sky Swimmer, severely injured, put us back at least a week. You've killed 17 of my men. And I am left without a reasonable way to steal this item by myself. So, I have 3 days until this ship will pass by. I could potentially hire more crew in that time and use unnecessary high-level magic to get them here and hope and pray that the Sky Swimmer will be in good enough health to at least be of some use. I could force all of you, nonetheless, despite the request for all of you to leave, to still partake in this mission and hope it all goes well. I could simply abandon this mission and take my first failure. Surprise, surprise, I'm not going to do that. Or I can get your input on it. You see, I am in a generous mood. So let's have it.
I'll give you some options yourselves. Do this mission. All similar terms are still intact. You get to walk away with your friend. I release her from the jar. All is well. I have a lovely artifact. You have a lovely time. And I release all of the spells that bind you. Once you are far enough away, that is. Option 2. You can leave right now. I'll unbind the spell. Your friend can be resurrected easily using a simple revivify. And you can be on your way if you play a little game. Chance, that is. Third option, well, you already know it. I can sink this boat, and we can try without you. I'm sure some of you have some useful items that I could sell to help pay for all of the new hires.
I imagine you wouldn't want to share details about what our mission is unless we agree to be part of it.
Absolutely.
What type of game
And
for option 2?
Hmm?
sorry,
What does that do, Dom?
I know. I know Reese. If Reese is continuing, please continue, Reese.
no, I
Moment.
kind of didn't hear what you said though.
Doradon was asking what type of game for option 2.
It's one of my favorites. One that, in all 15 times of me playing, I have come out of it better than before. One I think you might actually like. It's a game of cards.
Do you cheat?
No. There is no cheating in this game.
Um, or she looks from Durdon to Lordain a couple times. I'm still missing some information. Our friend
Of which
Kipley.
is dead,
Mhm,
and her soul is in a jar in my possession.
I see.
She caused a
And
little bit of a problem for me, so I'm holding on to her for now so she didn't cause problems for me during the mission. Hope you can
And
understand.
part of the deal is that if we perform this task for you,
Bring it back.
it'll bring
Just
it
like
back.
Of
But will she
course.
be going with us on the adventure, or are you
No,
only
she would be
offering-
staying with me as insurance. If you abscond with a soul jar, so many things could go wrong, so many things could happen. I have nothing to hold you to do your task, but of course, spells that could kill the majority of you. I like to be very careful, though, so I prefer it if she stays in my trusted hands. But if you do this task, help me steal the item successfully, she's all yours. Revivify free of charge, and we'll be on our ways. Or, if that all sounds like too much, you play a game of cards, you survive the endeavor, and I'll let you go.
Ripley included?
Hipley included.
Okay.
I could bring her back right now. It would only
Does
take me but a minute. Actually, less than that.
does it need to be everybody or?
Everybody.
Oh,
See, this is a little fact about me. Excuse me, I turned Aussie. Is a little fact about me. Although I don't leave it open very often, I'm a very lucky girl. I believe this world favors people more than others. Certain people. And if this world favors you, then you're someone who's worthy of doing business with me. On equal terms. So, if you are lucky, and this world chooses to keep you alive and in one piece, I see that as worthy enough to make you a different kind of offer. Whether that's just you freedom and walking away with your friend, or I could properly pay you for the job, prepare you, and even throw in a little bit more information that you're probably dying to know about. Like who it is, why I'm doing it, all of that.
So, just so I have this straight, and he'll look to the rest of the individuals as well. We can either take this job,
Mm-hmm.
potentially fail, get
Yeah.
no closer to reviving our teammate, lose resources, be stuck in between you as an enemy and having an archmage as an enemy,
Very astute.
or we can save time, effort, energy, play a gambling game, potentially meet the same fate of dying, but not have our eternal kind of haunting of an archmage and a almost archmage, uh,
Archmage to be, if you please.
archmage to be,
Thank you.
both resenting us. One because we made a failure of her, and the other ones because we attempted, potentially giving us, a fate's worse than death. Gambling or fate's worse than death.
Very
Kind of what
astute.
we're. Yeah. All right, I know what I'm choosing, but
I
just-
like you more today. Whatever change you went for overnight, you seem to be much more amicable.
Hey, I like seeing real leaders. Speaking to me.
I'm sorry. That was good.
I'm sorry, either these new ears aren't working right or my mind's still scrambled from this. We win this gambling game, she looks to Durdon, and we're released, and if we fail, we're bound into this mission anyway. Or you just kill us all.
Exactly. There's a chance that you just walk free. If you fail, well, you're still under my control. I still have every single one of you except for you, my dear. Currently under a spell that she snaps her fingers. Just like that. Could be done. Same threats still hold. But again, I'm not too superstitious of a woman, but I do like those who have not just themselves going for them or their friends, but have the world going for them, have fate going for them. So do this. Win my little gamble. And we have a potential partnership that we could work forward, or you can just leave.
And
What say you?
there's multiple of us and only one or two of you, depending on how the game goes. How does this work for...
Trust me, this is not you versus us. It's you versus the cards.
Wait.
Do each one of us play, or only one
Oh, yes.
chosen?
Each one of you will draw. How many is up to you.
Dang.
Oh, I like the sound of this.
And
And
you
Mustang's
see
kind of clapping and rubs hands together.
as she reaches behind her back into a pouch and pulls out not one, but 2 decks of cards and shuffles them. Duradon, Mammoth, you both have a passive perception over 20.
I don't.
Guessing.
I'm like, wait a
don't
second.
Don't you have a dirty 20?
I have 18.
Oh my goodness, my apologies. You don't see shit, bitch. No, okay. Because I already said your name, we're gonna include you in this.
Oh, okay.
You two both see that in this moment, you guess that there is roughly about 90 cards in the deck. Maybe could be more, maybe could be a little less. And she puts the stack directly in front of her on the table. There's no limit to how much you can pull.
Reese is gonna move away from the decks and lean against the edge of the ship on the far side, and look to Mustang.
As long as each of you at least pulls one and comes out the other side, I'll consider this a victory on your end. What say you?
How is winning and losing in this game calculated?
Whether you're alive or not, by the end of it,
Do we need a majority to be alive, or do we need everyone to be alive?
oh, good question. Let's go with majority. That seems more favored in your direction. So, do you feel like going through with this mission? Facing the
Where-
risk?
Whereabouts is Mustang standing right now? And Mammoth, you guys are where you are on the ship.
Well,
Well, the dinner
Since-
table is all over here, so we can just whoop, whoop, whoop,
yeah,
Okay.
I need table. Where table?
whoop, whoop, whoop. Fine, I'll get you a table, needy bit. Okay.
Damn, Dom.
I'm sorry. Jared has me in a goofy mood. Where's the table?
You want a goddamn table? Take the
So
goddamn
Reese
table.
got
Oh.
up from the table, but is leaning against the wall or the.
Oh my god,
railing.
there's actually a table. I was just joking.
Confused.
You
She's
want a
like, "Wait,
table,
what is
God
that?"
damn it! I'm gonna give you a table.
I gotta be careful because if what I wish for, I just might get it.
This is monkey paw in this bitch. There you go. There you go. To the front. There you go.
Reese is shaking a little bit, and her little feathers on her wings can be kind of quivering as she does so.
Kira does not join you. Kira
Okay.
is cook.
Let's see.
So, or if you would prefer, I'll give you one less option. I will briefly. Actually, you know what? I've never tried this before. And you see, she pulls back her cloak, and you all can now see for the first time the soul jar itself.
Oh.
And you see the miniature Kipley face drifting inside of it. And Kipley, you see as a massive Laura Day Newman face just drifts down with a very eccentric smile. Hello, good morning, dear. You should have been able to hear everything that's been going on at the table so far, correct? Which, yes, you can.
She just gives a thumbs up.
Wonderful. Would you like to partake in this as well? I'll tell you right now, somewhere in those cards could potentially resurrect you. And I don't want to leave you out.
Oh.
If you like to stay in there, I'll let you be. But if you like to draw with them to increase their chances of winning, I can put you in a familiar for now, and you can draw that way. What say you? Yes, Ryan. Yes, I am picking it up. I wager my mother's soul.
No, I think Kipley just kind of turns her head away, her face away.
Very well. She closes the cloak and you go back to darkness. Well, it looks like it'll only just be you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. She looks at Cyrus. The 5 of
So
you
you
all
said-
draw. You were saying yes?
You said you like seeing of the world. Just a question. These guys seem a bit hesitant, rightfully so. Um,
Oh God.
Can we draw extra on their behalf?
Oh my goodness. Everyone needs to draw at least one. I won't settle at someone not drawing. But if you'd like to draw more to make up for your friends not drawing, I'll allow it. And she gestures to the cape regarding Kipling. If you draw 2 additional cards on her behalf, I'll be lenient if you die and the rest survive.
Cool. I'm
Third
willing
on.
to take the extra risk.
You want to draw 1 extra card each? She said 2, didn't she?
She said 2, but Mustang, I'm gonna be so real with you. You're this party's leader. I'm responsible for Kipley. Not gonna put that on you. In fact, I'm not gonna allow you to do that. You are wiser, more intelligent, and surely more charismatic than me. You helped ensure that we survived the night when I would have just blown through and maybe got even the child killed. If it's survival, I'm all for taking on the extra risk, especially on her behalf.
I won't deny you your glorious purpose, Duradon, but
Your glorious.
remember that sometimes burden halved is a burden shared. But hopefully we all live long enough for you to learn that lesson.
And just a note, if anything does show up, Kira and I will not aid you. You have to deal with your consequences yourselves. Although you're welcome to help your friends. This is a team effort. Oh, and we wouldn't want your ship being in any danger, would we? So we'll be drawing these in my demiplane.
Oof.
Just to be extra safe. You can never be too careful. What would it be?
Mustang's made himself pretty clear, but Reese is very visibly not doing so well. So
Mammoth is
he's
just gonna reach for a card.
oh damn it.
She pulls the deck away from you.
Oh.
All of you pull at once. That's the deal.
Just wait a sec, Mammoth. We'll get to it in a second. And he's gonna walk over to Reese. Hey, you're looking pretty spooked. You gonna be able to do this?
There's no calculation to be made. I don't know this game. I don't know what are on the cards. I have no I don't have any information. I don't want to die again. I'm not ready to die again. She like clenches her jaw. Why are we doing this?
So, to me, it's so that maybe after this, I could have a life worth living. Everything Duradon said is true. We run a lot of risk going in and doing this mission. It seems like we're not well suited for whatever this job is. Stealing from an archmage? We've never been very stealthy. You saw how that whole operation with the heralds and Vince went. That thing nearly went belly up. So we could run that risk. That's something you can calculate. Or this one. And maybe, just maybe, if we're able to do this, we get the information we want. Or we can just leave. The other way around, you can't really see the end of that road. That road is long and winding and dark. But here, you can clearly see the end. I don't think we are level 7.
You're not level 7 yet. The level up will occur. Little spoiler.
Hmm.
After this decision.
I understand where Durdon sits, and Mammoth is as ready as ever to jump head in. You want to pull from the deck, Mustang?
I've always been a gambling man.
I see. Then I will pull with you guys.
Are we in agreement? Do we have an accord?
You can see
What?
her clench her jaw a couple more times, and then she nods.
She reaches out her hand to each of you to shake. This is no pact or binding spell. This is a show of good faith.
How does Zyrus feel?
Zyrus is deadly quiet, but you see, as you look at her, she goes, if it means that everyone is safe and Kipley is brought back so I can then kill her myself and then resurrect her again, absolutely. I'll draw a single card. No more.
Wait, why are we doing this? Why are we not doing a heist?
Be- Mammoth, do you want to? Sorry, not Mammoth. Mustang, is this a you one or is this a me one?
Mammoth, you're a smart kid. There are much easier heists out there that will be just as fun. This one is going to be really hard and not very fun and could end in us dying. So, if we make it out of this, we can plan a heist. And it'll be a
Okay.
fun one.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I want to do that.
All right. Well, we'll make it happen, buddy. And he's going to kind of pat him on the shoulder.
Are we in agreement?
Yes, ma'am.
Mhm.
Everyone, please put your hands at the center of the table.
He does so.
Priest
Mammoth.
follows.
Duradon.
Same.
Yeah, Duradon for sure.
You watch as she reaches behind her back and pulling out of her bag a 4.5-foot tall wooden staff slams onto the table on top of all of your hands. And you see a maniac smile just cross over her face.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are one of the very few who are privileged enough to see my demiplane. Never mind, draw from these cards. May the odds be ever in your favor.
Cool.
And you watch as she mutters a few words in Elvish, and all 5 of you disappear from this plane of existence.
and all of you reappear here
Whoa!
Oh shit.
on the deck of this ship. Immediately, everyone from the original party, including Mustang actually, because you were there for that, can recognize this, as you were shown visions of this once when you mind melded with A.
Oh.
You assume this isn't the actual plane of existence, as she said it was a demi-plane. But the visage shown before you,
I don't think Mustang was there.
very reminiscent of the astral plane. I think he was. For
He was. He was
mind
with
meld,
Mammoth.
he was. He wasn't for the original mind meld experiment, but when you put the parasite into the child that became A,
Oh, I
he was
see.
there.
Okay. Oh yeah, yeah.
The only one that doesn't recognize is Dirt On. Dirt On, you're in space. But you're loving it. And as soon as you all arrive, barely having time to take in your beautiful surroundings of nothing but galaxies, stars. This is literally like Mammoth's dream. And a ship with beautiful blue, almost solar sails. You see Lorna Dane Newman looks at all of you and spreads a deck of roughly 100 cards in front of the table. You may all draw one. Good luck. And she takes a few steps back.
Do we roll a D100?
As we start this, because we're doing this tonight, ladies and gentlemen. I want everyone to go ahead and look in general chat.
The deck of devious things.
The deck of devious things.
This is a combination of over 50 homebrewed custom options by myself, and what Jared might be familiar with, as some already mixed in options from the original deck of many things and the deck of many more things.
Oh God.
That's crazy.
So every single D100 roll is a different result. And I have it pulled open right now.
Oh
Are
my
you gonna
God.
share the sheet with us after we draw?
I will 100% share the sheet with you after this, because you
Go,
may
dude.
never see this again.
Wow.
Damn.
This is.
Wait, we
this is
may never or we
crazy.
will never?
May never. I'll share your results. I'll share the results with all of you. And I'll show you the first and last result if nobody gets them. Because
Oh
I will be
God.
changing those decks. I'll be changing those permanently once this is gone. So, before anyone rolls anything, stop it, stop it, stop it,
Delete
stop
it. Delete it. Delete. I'll...
Jump with the gun, jump with the gun.
Ew.
Wait, hold on, let me see what a 4-9 would have been, just in case it was a bad thing, then I'll make it stay.
Damn.
No.
Played yourself.
No, delete it. I can hide it, I can't delete it, that's funny. Okay. We're gonna do this in the order of the Discord call. How this is gonna work is, all of you are drawing at the same instantaneous time. As you draw, the card effect, whatever it is, unless it's stated otherwise, is instantaneous.
Ooh.
Meaning there is no action, bonus action, reaction, or anything that you can do to change the result. You cannot use inspiration on these. This is a raw roll. Anything that happens, happens. There is 100 different options that could happen to each and every single one of you. You can draw as many cards as you would like. At the minimum, you gotta draw one.
So Herdon's going first.
So
just
starting at the
checking.
top, we'll get the order of how many cards you would each like to draw first. Jared, how many cards would you like to draw?
Fuck me. Why did I gotta go? God damn, because I got a D in my
Top of
name?
the
Is that.
order. Yeah, top of the order.
Shit, this shit is
Alphabetical.
alphabetized. Fuck, I should have put my middle name first. I still would have went first.
How many?
Okay, I'm not a bitch. Draw 5.
5? Okay.
Whoa.
Ryan, how many cards are you drawing?
3.
What?
3?
Oh.
Mustang, how many cards are you drawing?
Give it a cool 2.
2. Caitlin, how many cards are you drawing?
Is only necessary for her to draw one, correct?
Only 1. That is the
She'll only
requirement.
draw one.
Only draw 1. We're going to do this in the order of which the discard call goes in. Jared, we're going to do this one by one.
Mm.
And I will DM you the results for each of them. And if there's an obvious change, I will narrate it. So if
Like
you would
a
please,
monstrosity spawns in front of us.
Mhm. or something so much worse, if you could please, and just keep in mind, if anyone gets a 1, or if anyone gets a 100, I will narrate it no matter what.
Mm.
If multiple people get it, Dom's gonna lose his shit. Jared, if you please. And remember, you reroll anything you've already gotten. Roll me your first D100.
Ooh-wee.
Dang shit.
And
GM
also, I want you to
roll,
know,
or-
no, you can roll it straight in normal chat. I want you to know, Jared, any consequences that come from tonight are only because of you. I can't.
Straight gang shit,
You
alright.
inspired Dom to make his own deck, and this is your fault. Go ahead and roll me a D100.
You survive the encounter.
Jeez.
If you get donjoned by your own creation, don't blame me. 9 is so low. Okay.
Whoa.
Oh my god, so great. You got one of the homebrew ones, thank you. Hold on, I have to turn up the. Hold on, let's get some intense music going on.
The joy in your voice is like palpable.
Yeah, these
I have
fuckers
been
drew
sitting
5 in my
on
game,
this.
and I have to reciprocate.
I have been sitting on this for 3 weeks without saying it to a single
Wow.
soul that I have made this. Over 3 weeks, because I thought about it the second that I started Jared's draw game, but then I had to actually go and make it. And with 100 different options, it takes time.
Oh yes.
All right, hold on. This is not intense enough. We need more intense music. Don't. Cool. So Jared,
Oh, I
Here
need
you
to
go.
put on that card.
here you go, buddy.
Right,
I'll send you the name and I'll send you the outcome.
Dang shit.
I almost sent it to Ash instead. Oops.
Whoops.
There you go. And you don't get to know whether it's the first or second option. Welcome, baby. First draw of the night.
That would be to the previous one, to the previous character, Maeve. That'd be
so
something.
great. I would love to see it. Go ahead and roll me your second card. For the rest of you,
Oh, I'm
nothing
doing it.
obvious changes.
We're doing it straight 5.
Uh-huh. We're going in order. Oh, would you like to go one by one by one by one?
No,
I was going down the list.
Yeah, no, I can do straight 5. I just
You know what? We'll do half. We'll do 3 for you, and then we'll go and start doing others.
Well, I was imagining Duradon just like sliding cards off the deck like reverse, making it rain into his
So
hands.
give me 2 more D100 rolls, one by one. So next D100. 10?
Yeah,
Whoa.
dude.
Jared, I'm so sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, what it is.
Go ahead and roll me another D100.
Oh boy.
The effect, I'll say the effect of this card. I'm gonna have to come back to that one, because rules are twisted because you're in a demi-plane. So go ahead and roll me one more. 43. Okay, you finally spaced it out a little bit. 43. Hey! One moment. I have to go pull up a sheet real quick.
No.
This is the second one. You're gonna need to roll me an additional die in 2 seconds. Cool. Go ahead and roll me a d12 if you please. And tell me the result, because I'm not currently looking at Roll20.
10.
It's ironic. Cool. One moment. Hey man, I didn't choose. This is all on you.
Oh, that's such bullshit, but I love it.
It's not really useful. It's not really useful. It's not really useful.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
God. No, it's fine. It's good.
Well, also, you don't really have to worry about that because that may not ever get to happen. Cool. Ash, we'll go with you because Ryan has the BRB.
Oh,
Go ahead and
okay.
draw me one card.
Sure
Singular
thing,
card.
boss.
So Jared has 2 left. After this, you're gonna have 1. Oh god.
93.
93?
That's a high one.
That is a high one.
Show me what I got. Show me what I got.
You may not like it.
That's okay. That's the name of the game.
90. This is so great. Everyone's getting ironic rolls, and I couldn't ask for anything better. I'll go ahead and copy and paste this. Mustang custom channel.
Let's see it.
There you go, bud. There you go. Mustang is not aware of this,
Okay.
but it happens.
This is one of my
And
favorite ones.
And no obvious change occurs. Reese, go ahead and roll your single card. And may the odds be ever in your favor. 46. This is fun because I just gotta scroll up a massive Google Doc. By the way, this Google Doc is 13 pages. We got 46? Oh my god, that's very ironic. So this does take effect, technically. Do you want to? Because you can if you want.
Are you fucking serious? That's what I
Yeah, yes, 46. You rolled 46, right? Yeah. Do you want? If you, I'll allow you in this moment to choose.
But she doesn't have to.
You don't have to. If you want, you can just take the card and go. But if you want to re-roll it for, potentially something else, I'll post this one publicly because this one's fucking hilarious for her.
Can you
for
give
her
me a minute
thing.
to choose and let Durdon draw?
Sure, I'll let Rowan roll. A 46, the card is power. You can re-roll one card you have drawn from the deck. So, her one card she picked was the card that you could use to re-roll another card.
So you can reroll one card you've drawn.
One card from the deck.
Can she
Oh.
draw a different card?
You can
And
use
then
it
use
to
that
re-roll this card. You can't draw multiple cards. It's you can re-roll this card.
But I can't draw
something
multiple
else.
cards because I chose to draw one, or would her drawing this card allow her the choice whether or not she's going to draw more cards and then use it to
No,
re-roll?
you chose to draw.
ones she drew?
You chose to draw one for this round because if you want to draw more, you can. I'm not gonna stop you. But for this round, you're deciding whether or not you want to keep that card or use it to draw a different one instead. All right, is Ryan back? Ryan, are you back, bud? Are you still
Yeah,
gone?
just go back.
Fantastic. Cool. think on that for a second, Caitlin.
Mm-hmm.
Ryan, we're doing, since a few different people have a few different roles, we're doing halvesies. Go ahead and roll me just a singular D100, singular card.
Yeah.
54. I love that no one's gotten the same roll yet. This is great. Oh, sorry, buddy.
Oh. Uh-oh.
You got a boring one.
Ah, that's worse. I'd rather have a bad one.
Cool. So
You
back
said boring's worse than a bad one?
back at the top of the order,
Yeah.
Jared, go ahead and roll me
Dang
one
shit.
D100. Because you could potentially roll something good. I want you to get a one. Oh my
I'll give you a
God,
5.
Jared! What are you doing?
I'll give you a fucking 5.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh my God, this is so bad. Turn it on. Well, I hope a new character is on the way.
Oh no.
Can you go ahead and roll me 2d6, please?
Okay. Oh, okay. I was like, I was reading it. I was like, what the fuck is this? Okay, there it goes.
5, 2, and 5?
Yep, 5 and 2 and 5.
You do get to know which two.
Dang shit.
These are random rolls, and it's honestly hilarious. There you go, bud.
Oh, the first one didn't want me. The second one can be fucked if they can find me.
Cool. So now you're down to just a single other card.
Okay.
Ryan, go ahead and roll me one additional card.
Wait.
36.
Oh, I thought that already happened.
I don't think anyone else rolled a 36 so far.
No, it was
40.
46.
We got a 46, not 30. Okay, cool. 36, 46, 46, 46. Oh, okay. I like this one. This one was one of my own personal creation, and I love it. There we go. Bop, bop. There you go, bud. So you all watch with this as a wooden suitcase appears in front of Ryan, or excuse me, in front of Mammoth. It appears in front of Ryan IRL. Hell yeah. Go ahead and you can use that link to see the normal item description as well as you get the additional item description. Ash, go ahead and roll me your last card.
Okie dokie.
Please, someone roll it. Please, someone roll it.
24.
On my knee begging 24. Oh my God, that's so good. This is not good as in like it's a good thing, but it's so good that Mustang was the one that got this.
Oh boy.
There you go.
Oh.
You all watch as a singular gold piece appears in front of Mustang.
Damn.
Wait. He takes it, he puts it in his pocket.
All right, that is your last card for now. We are down to Ryan with one card left and Jared with one card left. Jared, please go ahead and roll me your last D100. Obi-Wan Cardnobi, you are Duradon's last hope.
I'll maybe give you a 1 right here.
Please, if you got a 1, oh, 41.
About 41.
You haven't rolled 41, right?
I don't think so.
Pause, wait,
Roll
there's hope.
a
Pause, wait, there's
43.
hope. Cool.
Let's hope.
This is ironic that you got those two. Go ahead and read that for me. Cool.
Nice.
Isn't it ironic? Isn't it so ironic? Your cards just fuck each other over. It's great. Ryan, go ahead and roll me one D100, please. 52. Oh, mid rolls. All right. Oh, shit. Go ahead and roll me a d6, please. 1. Sorry, buddy. There you go.
That was fucked.
Oh wait, that's actually so great for Mammoth. I didn't think
Yeah.
about that.
It's so good.
There you go. All right. At the end of this drawing phase, Reese, are you keeping that card? Or are you
Should I, like,
re-rolling it?
look around at all the things that are starting to appear in front of people?
It happens instantaneously. So
Yeah.
you are
it
still
just-
looking at this card. Nothing
Oh, I
else has
see.
happened yet.
Uh,
Everything happens the second that this round is over.
I can't, as a player, not reroll. I have to do it.
Go ahead. You
Okay.
can. 12. All so low.
I'm too curious. I have to reroll.
Wait, hold on. Go ahead and roll me a d4. 2. Here you go. That's kind of sad for your case. I'm sorry. You're going to be mad when you see this.
Fuck. Mm.
There you go. At the end of this round, those of you who have rolled bad results, you can feel that you have a singular opportunity. Ryan,
Yeah, you'll.
it's so great. I almost said it. I'm not gonna say it. You feel you have a single opportunity to draw not just a single other card, but you have a singular opportunity to draw additional cards if you would like to. So for anyone who'd like to draw more, this is your only and last chance to do so.
Yeah, give me 3 more.
Hey, Dom,
Ryan is
how many
taking
did you
3
end up-
more.
Give me
How
3
many did
more. Oh
you-
my god.
Oh my fucking! I thought Reese was taking 3 more. Oh god!
No, I'm
Wait,
laughing.
I'm sorry, what are you saying, Drew?
How many did you end up drawing in Tuesday's game?
I ended up drawing 6 by the end of it.
What happened?
I turned naked, got smarter, and got better looking,
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
and lost all my items and equipment.
Yeah, he got.
Wait,
And
you
fought-
lost all your items?
And fought
The
death
last
and
card was
Displacer Beast.
Paladin.
Or not Displacer
yeah.
Beast, the Aryan Absorber. It was fun.
Huh.
What are you doing,
No.
Jared?
Orphan's got to stick together. I'll draw 3 more.
You tried 3 more. Jared draws 3 more. I love it. Mustang.
We'll do 2 more.
2 more. Megan,
Huh?
you have an opportunity if you would like to draw now. If you want to abstain, you can absolutely abstain. But this is your last chance as a player to draw from the deck. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Kipley said no before, so there's nothing forcing you to do so.
No, I don't think she will.
I respect you. For the chaos gremlin that you are, I recognize this is a hard choice for you to make.
That
Caitlin.
felt challenging.
What? That's not challenge. That was genuine respect. That was genuine respect for seeing Megan turn into leaf. Caitlin, you have your 1 card that you have drawn. You know that is all that you have to do. You have seen your result. Do you want to draw more?
Do I want to draw more, or does Reese draw more?
Well, that is, you are 2 in the same. One controls the other. Which one would you like to do?
Unfortunately, she wouldn't. She wouldn't
Okay.
draw anymore.
Smart. I'm not encouraging you to do this. I'm just laughing because this is going to be really funny when one of you dies. All right. So that's 3 more for Jared, 3 more for Ryan, and 2 more, excuse me, for Ash. We're gonna do 1 by 1 by 1 by 1.
Yeah.
You were saying?
You guys go ahead. I'll just scroll at my list here.
Yep. Take a look and message me what you want.
Mhm.
Jared, 1d100, please. And no, you feel a sense of imminent doom coming.
Dang.
Jared or all of us?
Jared,
Oh, okay.
78?
Mhm.
Now, Jared,
Mhm.
I'm not gonna fuck with you on this roll. But just know, that card that you got previously can be applied to a card roll.
Okay.
Just keep it in mind. You get this one. It's very tame. Funny for you,
You know.
very tame.
Yeah. Do you realize I can now speak to play? I can now speak to
You can speak to anything.
2 different types
You can
of
speak to anything.
creatures.
All right,
Fuck you.
Jared, that's 2. Ryan, give me 1.
Yeah. I don't know
14?
why I rolled a d20.
Ah,
25.
25. 25. Oh, I just scrolled past it. 25. Roll me a d4, please.
Why do I keep doing
What was the result?
that? 4.
4?
Yeah.
Here you go. Yeah,
Okay.
you got a good one, bud. There you go.
Okay.
So you have 2 more for you. Mustang, go ahead and roll me 1. Come on, Ash.
6.
6?
Yes. Did we get 4, 5, and 6?
You got almost every low number. Oh, yes. Yes. You got one of my favorites. All right, we're good. We're golden. Dom's night is made. Read this in depth and understand this was from campaign 1, baby.
Oh boy.
You guys just didn't know it was a card. Oh. Well, you take in all that.
Yeah, I need to reading comprehension this.
Jared, hit me with 1 more card, please.
Hit me, baby, one
You guys
more
have
time.
also avoided some of the worst fates so far, and I gotta say I'm impressed.
80.
81.
I've decided.
That's one of the higher ones. Gucci good. Oh, Jared, you're getting. This is not. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Ryan, go ahead, draw me a card.
Nice.
Ah.
68. Oh, so close.
Could have been the funny number.
If you got it, the funny number 2, you would have laughed at what it's titled because I did make it a funny one. Go ahead. Oh, this isn't one that you roll for. You just get it. Cool.
Okay.
What is it? Is that right? Yeah, that's right. Oh, yeah. 60. It was 68, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. Where's your secret channel? There you go, buddy. Right.
Vince is killing me. Okay, thank you. What?
All right. So that is 1 more left for Ryan. Ash, go ahead and roll me your last card.
Okay. 98.
98?
I roll high and I roll low.
Oh. Excuse me, I have to open up a much bigger list.
Oh boy.
This is actually, you know what? Yeah, no, we'll do this one. We'll draw it out because there's only a few more cards that are gonna be left. Excuse me one moment. Excuse me one moment. Excuse me one moment. Excuse me one moment. Go here. Okay. If you would please go ahead and roll me a d6.
Okay.
You're gonna have to do a few rolls for me here.
Okay. So we got a 2.
Excuse me, my apologies. First roll is a d8.
Oh,
If you want, you can keep the 2.
sure. Why
Alright.
not?
Are you sure?
Yeah. Fuck it.
Okay. Now go ahead and roll me a d20.
Wait. That's a 4.
4?
Mhm.
Well, I mean, yeah, it can be useful. Where is this? I'm just gonna send you the link.
Oh boy, a link.
Uh-huh. Where is it? There it is. There you go. That is what you get. And this is the roll that you got. Just know that's probably one of the worst ones. All right. That is those cards now for Mustang. Jared, go
Yeah,
ahead and
sure.
roll your final card. 78.
No, sorry, I already got 78.
You already got 78. Please reroll.
Yeah.
Come on, Jared.
30.
I don't think you've gotten 30.
Yeah.
That's so fucked up. Do I want to be an asshole? I have to check myself real quick before I wreck myself. Let me do. If this is. We'll say if this is below. Anything below 80, Dom will not be an asshole.
Damn.
Hey, Jared, I gave you a very high chance.
Cool.
So, do you want to. Do you want to read out the card, the first card that you just got? You read the description for me, please.
Failure. A random part of the world chosen by the DM is doomed by one of your previous or near future actions failing. Every living soul within 100 miles of the failure will magically know your name and the act you perform to cause the event to happen.
Whoa.
Holy shit.
That's dark. Shit.
So, Jared, here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna go ahead and give you a chance for this failure to not be catastrophic.
Mm.
So you're gonna go ahead and roll me 2 D100s, and you're going to choose which you think is the better of the options. I'm not telling you.
Damn, that's cold.
Go ahead and roll 2 of them.
Dom, is that one that you made up?
Yeah.
Twisted motherfucker.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Let's go with 68.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
You're absolutely sure?
Yep.
Okay. I want you to go ahead and roll. No, not roll. Pick a number, 1 through 10.
5.
5?
Mhm.
Are you absolutely sure?
Yeah, it's my birth month.
Nothing can go wrong with that. All right. So, in addition to this card that you've drawn, a card of failure appears. Does it say that you know? Nope, it doesn't. So you don't know what you just did. But here's the card that you did just get. You can go ahead and roll me a normal D100 for that one. I know it's funny, right?
So
If you let me tell you, if you roll a 1, I'm coming to Georgia and I'm outside your window.
Cool. So many people are fucked in the near future.
50. Perfect. So write that down. I'm
How
gonna
many people
pin
are
it.
fucked?
I'm gonna pin it in your secret channel.
God, that's so fucked.
Also keep in
I'm
mind
not
though. Keep in mind though your current situation.
I'm not the moral person to have given this to. There will not be
No,
good
you're
things
really
done.
not. Ryan,
Yeah.
please
last
go
one?
ahead. Last card.
28.
28. Oh, wow, I was right here. Oh God.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Good or
Uh,
bad? I guess I'll find out.
Pause. I need to pull up. I need to pull up something else.
Oh no, what have I
Um,
done?
Okay, I need you to go ahead and roll me a d20. And you may have to re-roll it depending on the result. Please re-roll it. 4?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's so fucked up if you get the same one. If you get the same thing, I'm gonna shit myself. Hold on.
What is
Hold
going
on.
on?
Okay. Hold on. I need to pull up something else. That is this. Here. 1, 2, 3.
What is this
4,
music from?
5, 6, 7, 8. No idea. I need you to go ahead and roll me a d10. Just know, if you get a 3, this is your own fucking fault.
Okay.
For
Sure,
drawing
yeah.
6 cards.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you didn't get a 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. God damn it. Oh, re-roll.
The G10?
Yeah,
Are you like
Was it
doing
the
math?
same
it's
thing?
physically impossible. No, I'm counting.
Oh.
4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. I mean, of all the things you could have gotten, there's worse.
I'll take that as good news.
So I'm going to message this to you,
Mm-hmm.
and
Pretty
you
sure
are
it's
going.
Guardians of the Galaxy.
This is
Oh,
It's
probably.
the Avengers.
It's the Avengers. God, Caitlin, get in the fuck program. Okay. You're gonna laugh so hard when you find out what you rolled. Not Lucy.
Wait.
Are you ready?
Yeah. Wait.
Are you ready?
Oh!
Are you ready to
Come
see which one?
on!
You didn't get the same one. You didn't get the same one, but
The same.
it's not
Oh,
great.
subclass.
It's not great.
What did I get? Is it something stupid like fucking?
Oh.
Is it?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. So it's only fitting that we get the one that we're both thinking of, right?
Yeah, of course it is.
Okay.
Sorry. my bad.
So, of course it is. So here's the thing. You got something that physically can't be obtained from that.
Okay.
So you are left with the option of higher or lower. So go ahead and roll me a d6. On a free or lower, well, there you go. You're getting the lower of the two. Sorry, bud.
God damn it.
You get this. Whoop, 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 whoop. For some reason, it just didn't do it. Whoops, there we go. You get the list. You still have to get.
I learn all of those.
You still have to get to the level in order to actually get it, but you get the list added to what you can already cast.
But I still have to prepare them, and it still counts as like what I know.
I'm pretty sure these. Nope. Always have it prepared, and does not count against the number of spells that you know.
Go.
I mean, it's all right. I know you got.
Dude, the fact that I haven't gotten burned at all is amazing. To me.
Honestly, I'm crazy because every single one of you fuckers, except one, avoided. Actually, except two, avoided all the bad shit. You legitimately rolled the best you could have.
I'm so up right now. It's actually
All right.
crazy.
At the end of this round, you feel all the effects that you have rolled begin to initiate. Now, for whatever fucking reason, in case any of you motherfuckers are absolutely batshit crazy, last chance, does anyone roll a card? Does anyone want to roll an additional card before I roll Cyrus's? This is last call, last chance. After this, no more cards can be rolled, and the deck won't disappear.
It's too fun, though.
Up to you.
I'll do 2.
Give me
You're doing 2
cards.
more?
I'm doing 2 cards
Yeah.
too.
I've already been fucked. What do you?
Yeah, you're already dead. We'll move on.
Dude, I want to roll more so
2 for Reese,
bad.
2 for Jared. All right.
I'd be so stupid to not walk away.
I'm gonna tell you, right next to every single good roll you've gotten,
It's like
two of the rolls have been death.
Wait,
Oh!
if we keep
You
if
have
we keep
avoided
taking
death
all
twice.
the good cards, what's not gonna happen to Cyrus?
Uh-huh.
Damn.
Okay, I'm doing 2 more.
Are you in or are you out?
I can't.
Which
I
one you doing,
can't.
Ryan?
Oh, I'm out. Fuck that.
You're out? Okay.
Yeah.
I tempered myself
I've
the
taken
first
my
time you
money.
asked. I can't control myself anymore. I'm doing this.
All right. Cyrus is still only taking 1. So we have 5 cards that are being drawn, and then you are done. Forever. Jared, go ahead and roll me 1d100. You crazy motherfucker.
I want to know I lived as I fought. Fucking savage.
44? I don't think you've gotten this. Oh, buddy. I'm so sorry. Roll 2d6. Roll 2d6.
Is this the name banishing? I
No,
swear to God.
no.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead and reroll 1. 3 is kept. Reroll 1 more. We'll roll 1d6. It has to be any number but 3. 2?
Yeah.
I have to open your sheet because I don't know which one is which. Oh, buddy. It's not that big of a change. It's not that bad. But you're gonna hate me nonetheless.
If my strength or constitution changes, I will murder. I will.
It's not that bad. It's not
It's
that
not
bad.
that bad, but
It could have been so much worse. It could have been so much worse. But it is still funny.
Reduce my fucking.
Alright, so that's 1. Reese, go ahead. Roll me
Okay.
1d100. 41. A lot of 40s. Fuck, I forget. If you roll someone else's roll, you just still get it, right, Jared?
Well, you
For the normal
they
deckhand rolls?
count
Okay.
for the individual. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Okay.
So you also get this one. I don't know how useful it's gonna be for you, but you and Duradon share a card. Where is your secret channel? There we go. Boop. There you go. Mundane. All right. And we're gonna do this one final round because Zyrus will be the last pull. Top of the order. Jared, if you please.
Yeah.
This is your last official roll on this table. It's an 82. That is very high. You're in
Hold
the
on,
deck
let me
of many
see if
things.
I've done that.
Territory. Oh my God,
I
Jared!
got 80. I got an 81, and now I've got an
Jared.
82. See?
Jared.
Yep.
I want you to know I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's life.
I'm so sorry. And you
It's
know
all
there's
right.
physically is physically nothing that could be there's no love you, bud. Love you, buddy. Only the best for my I'm stalling so hard right now because I don't want to copy and paste this into your channel because you're gonna be really sad.
Post the card. Post the card. I swear to God. If this is Talon, if this is fucking Talon, I swear to God.
What a dee dee di dee do do dee dee di dee do. What a dee dee di dee do do dee dee di dee. Finish it, Jared. Do.
Motherfucker, if this is Talon. It is. Okay. Alright.
You can't make this shit up. I'm so
Alright.
sorry.
It's just it's
Wait,
cool. It's cool.
you had
It's alright.
you had 100. You had 99 other options.
Life happens. Life happens.
Oh man, that's your last card too.
Yep.
So go ahead and discard all everything else. Reese, go ahead and roll me. Last D100 for you. 34. I think we already got 34, didn't we? 34. Hey, it's Reese perfectly. There you go,
Hey,
bud.
Dom, after that, I have a question.
For sure. There you go. I think that's gonna actually really benefit you.
That's wicked.
Yeah, you walk away unscathed. You have only gotten good cards. All
Sure,
right.
yeah, pretty good.
Now, Jared, you
Mhm.
fuck this woman. Do you see where I'm going with this?
Legendary line.
You want me to roll her D100?
If I roll for my own card, it doesn't feel right.
I'll do the honors.
Do you want to fuck this woman?
Absolutely.
You know what?
Or
Both of you roll until you get a result we
Or-
haven't gotten. $20. We have not gotten a 20. That was very quick. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Jared rolls a 20 for his fucking wife. And it is the best card you could have rolled. Well, at least you did good for your wife, buddy. I'm gonna share it with you. There you go.
what would Reese have?
Your wife is well taken care of. And the cards all vanish at once.
A question before we go.
Uh-huh.
So there's this lovely thing that was important to me that is considered a legendary item.
We're gonna get to that in a second.
Okay, cool.
All right, go ahead. No, I'm sorry, I apologize. Go ahead and ask your question just in case.
It says everything but an artifact, or every magic item but an artifact, and
Uh-huh.
it is indeed not an
Uh-huh.
artifact.
And you're gonna do you think that he's an artifact?
The stat block says otherwise. Says he's legendary. So
What do you think's gonna happen here, Jared?
I don't know if you just killed the thing you created. I'm just asking.
We're about to fucking find out, aren't we? So, I just want to tell you guys, this is the luckiest you could have fucking gotten. I feel the same disdain that Jared felt when he fucking rolled, because god damn it, you motherfuckers. I cannot believe you avoided almost every bad fucking outcome. Oh,
Can I ask?
Dom was plotting on your downfall. Yeah.
It might be a Jared question if you don't know, but how do I program my sheet for expertise?
That is we can do that real quick. I can do that for you because I've learned Jared has taught me the ways.
Hmm.
But the descriptions. So a few things happen. One, sitting next to Mustang, you see another Mustang appear. Two, you see an amulet appear in front of Mustang. Three, you see Mammoth. The wooden briefcase appears in front of you. I don't think anything else immediately shows.
Okay.
Nope. Reese. Nothing immediately shows. Duradon. Excuse me, Zyrus. Nothing immediately shows. Duradon, so much shows. One, you see a massive blue and purple egg appears at his feet.
Whoa.
You see that his body physically changes as Duradon's muscles shrink ever so slightly.
Oh.
You watch as two burning tattoos, two burning brands appears on his neck. Two in both different languages. You also watch as a third tattoo appears on. We'll leave it up to you of wherever a tattoo of a vine appears on you. And lastly, you can see all of his tattoos, as Duradon is now naked, and all equipment, money, anything he has on his person vanishes to dust,
Damn.
including all magical items, all normal items, and any gold you had on your person, any articles of clothing, everything is gone. And then you watch as Jared, you need to go ahead and roll me a 1d6 and a 1d100, please.
Oh shit. 1d6.
1.
Gang.
I want you to go ahead and I want you to read out the description as you roll the d100 of your second card that you rolled.
Oh, okay. Cool. Okay. All right.
I'll put a little emoji on it so it stands out with the others.
Cool. So, escape. Roll a 1d6. On a 1, which I got, I am imprisoned in a moving island dungeon. 100 and... Let me do that math. 110, 116 miles away from my current position. Had I rolled a 3 or 6, 3 through 6, a beloved NPC from my backstory, which I don't really have any, or recent adventures, which could have been any of you, or Zyrus.
It would have been Zyrus. I'm so real. It would have been Zyrus.
In your place. Those who witnessed your imprisonment know which general direction your body was flung in when the card effect occurs, as you are thrown into the dungeon in a literal sense.
Is the dungeon in her realm, or is it?
So here's the problem that we run into. You're being flung into a moving dungeon into a demi-plane. Naked. Without any items.
Mm-hmm. Oh, clear it.
So, we'll get to that in 1 second. So here's what happens. You all watch as Duradon goes all naked at the diamond room table, as all of you get all of your cool shit, and you watch as he gets flung northward. I got my accent all of a sudden. Hey, we go. He goes flung north. Hey, fuck that guy. He gets flung north, and you watch as he Team Rocket spirals into the abyss of the Astral Sea. As Dom has to go and read a description has to go read a description of a spell. And is specifically a spell that is created by an item. Because this is not normal. Fantastic. So, you travel. You travel, and I'm not making this up. You get flung off of the ship into astral space, and you all watch as a island with stony legs, a stone basin, and a massive tower on it appears out of thin air, and Duradon is flung in through the top window, and you hear crashing sounds as you are flung down into the dungeon and locked up in chains. And you watch as the island begins to slowly move away and hits a wall it can physically not go past. It is only 100 feet away. You physically can't, the demiplane physically isn't that big, so you are saved on this motherfucker.
Shit, ain't shit.
However, I need you, Jared,
Mhm.
to go ahead and roll me. You can guess it. One last D100. This is regarding Clarent. Because Clarent, revealed now to everyone, starts off as a legendary item. But technically, mechanically speaking, is still considered an artifact that just needs to be unlocked. So you're going to go ahead and roll me a D100. If you roll a 25 or less, Clarent is turned to dust. Any other number, and Clarent survives.
Your mother.
Go ahead and roll
She
me a
raised a
D100.
bitch today. I don't think she raised a bitch. I think she raised somebody that's gonna deal with the consequences of their actions or make somebody else do it.
Nice.
67.
You are alone in the dungeon, and the only item in your possession is a black, ever-shifting stone blade. And on that note, we're going to go ahead and end our session there,
Bitch.
as we will pick up next week with the party successful because the majority of you are alive and did not roll bad cards. And
Wow.
legitimately, Dom could not be more fucking surprised than I am right now. Holy shit.
So I have to wait a whole week to talk about what happened to me.
Mhm.
God damn it.
No, you can share your cards effects
I
with
might
everyone.
ship.
I don't
Oh,
care.
okay, never mind.
If you want, you can read
Yes.
them off. Jared, we'll go in order. Jared,
Mhm.
please go ahead and give us a brief description of everything that you got and the few things that were immediately taken away from you.
Cool. So, does everyone want to listen to this fuckery? I got failure, which somebody's doomed, I think, maybe by the egg, which luckily isn't a magic item. It's a creature.
You do still have an
Great.
egg. The egg doesn't teleport with you. The egg is left at the table.
Dang shit, cool. Escape, which you all just witnessed happened. Aegis, I got a ring of resistance that was pointless, but then is also immediately taken away.
Destroyed.
Um, I am literally branded name. I'm branded in 2 different planes of existence, and these fuckers will not allow me to benefit from any spells, magical effects, spell lists, class levels, or any form of favor from any being from those planes.
Mm.
Celestia does not want me, and the astral plane does not want me, which is
Ooh.
kind of fucked with with where we're at.
So meaning, here, do you want to know the good and the bad about that? Because there is
Yeah.
good. There is legitimate good. And Durdon is probably going to be so happy when he finds out the good about this. Because he doesn't know this. But this is Dom talking as the creator of this. Any being, when you step foot into Celestia, cannot physically observe you. Meaning you could be in the presence of a god, but your name is struck from history and existence, so they cannot target you with a spell. They cannot know you are there. To them, you do not exist. Meaning you can technically fight gods,
And they're like,
and they
what the
cannot stop you as long as they are from Celestia and are celestial. And the same thing goes with astral plane creatures. You have to be on the same plane as them.
fuck shit?
While you're on the prime material plane, of course, unaffected. But continue.
Hand, which is very useful for this dungeon. I gained the ability to cast a knock spell 2 times per day, recharging on a long rest. Plant, I can speak to plants now without using a spell slot, but I gotta finish a long rest to do it again. Or if I had spell casting, I'd be able to do that, but I don't.
Go ahead, read the next one.
Rogue, an NPC of the DM's choice becomes hostile towards me. The identity of the new enemy isn't known until the NPC or someone else reveals it. Nothing less than a wish spell or divine intervention can end the PC's hostility towards me. That's fucking fun. The one that morally isn't going to be okay with any of is creation. A sea dragon egg appears at my feet. In 50 days, it will hatch into a wormling who regards me as their mother/father, being loyal to me and my party. That's morally not going to be good for anybody. Which was my dex and my con got switched, which they were like a 14 and 16.
So it wasn't the biggest
which
deal, but you could have gotten negative in your strain if you had rolled a different number.
I would have fucking, oh god.
You got
And then
one.
talent.
And
Talent.
challenge disintegrates everything except for
Everything.
artifacts in your possession.
Yep.
And then you rolled Dream for Cyrus, which her wisdom gets a +2 up to a maximum of 22. She
Oh,
already had a 20 wisdom, so is now 22.
Dang shit.
Damn.
Ryan.
Okay, so my
Please
first one was
read your joke when you say it as well, because that was so hard to not say out loud when I read it.
Okay. So the first one I got was campfire, and I immediately gained the benefits of a long rest, which the second one was
Womp womp.
harbor. I gained the magic item folding bow, which heal me there. So now I own that. Book, I gained the ability to speak, read, and write 1d6 plus 2 languages, and I learned 3 new languages. And my joke was that like Mammoth looks at the camera like Jim from The Office and just goes, "Wo."
Oh, Bing Chiling. Bing Chiling. That was so hard to not say. Go ahead and read the next one, you motherfucker.
The next one is my movement speed is increased by 1d4 times 10 feet, and so now my movement speed is 65, which is pretty
Oh.
sweet.
You went from the slowest member in the party to the fastest member in the party.
Dude, I'm just bounding.
You go faster on foot than on your broom.
Wow.
Next is gem. 10 pieces of jewelry worth 2,000 gold each appear at my feet, so I'm 20
Whoa.
grand richer.
Whoa.
And then my last one is I gain a random level 3 class feature from a random class. Roll a d20 to determine the class and a d10 for the subclass.
That's which class he got. Out of all 14 classes, he got Druid.
We got
Oh my
fucking
God.
Druid.
If
And
he
then-
rolled a 3 on a d10, he would have gotten the same thing he has now.
That's
is
Oh
hilarious.
yeah. And so I got all like basically the what are they
He got
called?
the
Like
druid spell list for
Circle of the
Land.
Land. So it's hold person, spike growth, sleet storm, slow, freedom of movement, ice storm, commune with nature, and cone with cold. Which the last two I don't have because level 9. But that's fucking crazy because I was already preparing
Mm-hmm.
2 of those.
Yep, you were right next to Ruin, which is just as bad as
Yeah.
Talons. And you were right next to Death.
Yeah.
So that would have been great. Oh, not Death, excuse me. You were right next to Don John. Which
What?
I really am sad that you didn't get Don John.
The fuck is that?
It's
Jared,
terrible.
you wanna you wanna land him?
Like Okay, just explain.
Donjon is similar to the thing that I got. However, with Donjon, you are instead teleported to a random dungeon inside of a gym, so you can't try to escape on your own. And you may not even be on the same plane of existence. So it is very possible for you to be on any plane of existence inside of a gym that's inside of a dungeon, and effectively the odds of finding you are abysmal, because I don't think there's any official way to locate your position. It would be at the discretion of your dungeon master to give a plausible way for your party to find you, or else you're just stuck for eternity.
Goddamn.
Donjon sucks.
Don John sucks. Yeah, I'm kind of getting that. But yeah, so Mammoth is looking pretty hot right now, guys. I don't know if you noticed.
Yeah, you got
Looking-
everything fucking good about that, and I'm
looking
upset. No,
Pretty
okay.
good.
Mammoth. Or not Mammoth, excuse me, Mustang.
Okay,
wanna
let's
share?
see. Sure. So we've got.
You got good. You got good.
I did get good. So we'll start with the first one, which is, I think, probably the most interesting one. 93, Undead. Somewhere on the material plane, a revenant rises. This revenant blames you for its existence and relentlessly hunts you down to exact its revenge. It exists until either 1 year passes, the revenant kills me, or I use a wish spell to banish it permanently to the afterlife.
Which means it will continue to repeatedly come back from the dead and try and kill you.
Whoa.
Even if you kill it and it drops to 0 hit points, it will keep coming back unless you wish it away.
What if you
Sounds like the solution is not to kill it, but to
Yeah, that's
horribly cripple it and imprison it.
You could try.
It may be a really crazy revenant. That might not be something we're able to do. Okay, next one.
Home,
Home.
which is my personal favorite.
This one is probably the most fun out of all of them. I'm excited to see where this leads. You gain a single gold piece from a dragon's hoard, and doing so, you learn the location of where the hoard resides.
Oh.
The coin will always move in the direction of the hoard, trying to return home. I am unable to remove this gold piece from my person unless it is dispelled.
And you don't get to know the spell DC.
Yeah, watch it lead me back to the Dabalas.
I
Damn.
wouldn't be that bland.
Then we have Visage. You summon a version of yourself from another realm, and they are stranded on this plane for 1d6 hours, during which time they can share information with you regarding their personal backstory, experiences, and ward you of a single upcoming event of your choice. It will not 100% accurately reflect your own outcome, but will give their version of the result.
So can this be Duradon's Doom?
Yeah, I would say we're about
If
to...
you want to ask them about what happened to the Duradon's failure in their universe, I will 100% tell you. Will it be the same? Who knows?
And then the very last one is a wondrous item, which the DM determines randomly, appears in your hands. And
You
I
could have
kind of got
gotten-
a shit item.
Yeah, by
Oh.
choosing a 2, you chose uncommon. You could have gotten an artifact, or legendary, or very rare, or any other rarity.
If
What
only...
was it?
It was an
It was an
amulet of
amulet.
proof against detection and location, which is useless
useful.
against a revenant.
It's useful against certain things, just not a revenant.
The thing that's hunting her down
Yes.
to kill
Yeah,
her.
it is ironic that you did get something that hides you, but you can't physically hide from the revenant.
Yeah, that sounds like Mustang's life.
So
So, this is very
many
fitting.
of you, got funny things related to your characters. Mammoth, who couldn't read or write, got something that could read or write. Duradon,
He's not taking common, by the
the
way.
man who has preached that he doesn't like things, he just likes to hunt, lost everything except for Clarent.
All you have left is the
Fucking
hunt.
He
Mustang-
came out of it naked with
Mars?
a dragon and a sword.
The
on her arm.
Duradick!
Mustang, the man who values freedom the most, is now constantly chased and now has a piece of a dragon's hoard, which, if you don't know, dragons always know where their hoard is, no matter the distance. So that means a dragon knows you have a piece of its hoard. So you're really gonna have to be gambling, or this is a stingy fucking dragon. He's gonna
What
carve
the
you for one
dragon he
gold piece.
asks?
You have Reese, who really didn't want to roll too many cards, but ended up rolling anyways and getting nothing but good. I just love the fact that you had one card and that's all you wanted to pull, and you got the re-roll card. That was fantastic.
Things spiraled
also-
from there.
Also, you got you got curious, which is hilarious for Reese because you were nothing but it.
Yeah, so I got incantation, which we rolled a 2, so I get to pick a second level spell.
You've been a
and then
fourth
I
level
got-
spell. Unfortunate,
I know that's unfortunate.
especially for
an
artificers who can't
artificer.
really cast. I was praying you get a third or fourth so you could get a
Okay,
little
okay.
bit better, but unfortunate.
I got hand like dirt on.
So also can cast knock.
And yeah, I got curious, which gives me proficiency in insight, perception, and investigation. And if I already have proficiency in any of them, I get to have expertise, which means
Wow.
I get expertise in investigation. So
Which is gonna be fucking massive.
it's fucking great for Reese. Yeah.
George.
And so am I good with that spell that I chose?
I mean, if you really want that one, yeah.
I really want it because I'm gonna argue that everybody's going on this fucking mission now.
If you want, I mean, I will say this.
Mhm.
You have passed this encounter, which means two things. You all level up to level 7.
Sweet.
You all gain the benefits of all of your level 7 shit and all that. But that also means that you technically won the deal because the majority of you were left alive. Technically, Dirdon count as a failure because he rolled 2 terrible results. And if it wasn't for her putting them in a demiplane, Dirdon would be 116 miles away from you right now. Locked in a dungeon that is constantly moving. So you know, you would have to search for it. So that was 1 fail. The rest of you succeeded with flying colors, meaning that next session, you'll get Kipling back. You will have the chance to get all of your shit dispelled. All of the lovely spells that bind you to do things for her will be dispelled. And you have the opportunity, if you'd like, to still take on the job. The job is not gone. The heist is not gone. But if you take it on, you won't be going in as forced workers or slaves. You will be going in as business partners on it as well, meaning you get the benefits of anything that she would provide you, whether it be spells, items, etc., etc. And you get information, including who she is going after, reasoning behind it, all the above. So if you like, you can still take on the job. If not, you can fuck off, and you still got other shit to do. It is up to you guys. But well fucking done. I'm very excited. I'm so sad that no one rolled a 1 or a 100.
I'm gonna be honest. A part of my desire to roll multiple more times was to maybe get a 1 or
So,
a 100.
I will read this now because these cards will not show up again. A 100 is awaken.
That's wicked. I was hoping
Your
100 was
awakening is undone and you learn the reason why. You lose all current class levels and item abilities.
Oh.
Upon this effect ending, you age 1d10 plus 10 years, and you take on 1d6 levels of exhaustion.
meaning if you rolled a 6 on the exhaustion levels, you'd be dead and classless.
But you would know the secrets of the world.
But you would know the secrets of this world.
Can I have 5 more cards, please?
No. Number 1 was loss, which was my second personal favorite. You discover the name and domain of a dead god. In being the only mortal to know their name, you must make a wisdom saving throw, DC 21, or be forced to form a connection between your two souls. On a failure, they will enter your mind and push you, to restart their religion. On a success, you roll for a random boon from the Epic Boons table and claim their name of power for yourself.
Crazy.
Oh.
That's so cool.
wanted one of you to get stuck with a fucking god. If it was Durdon, who now had fucking 4 voices in your head, you'd be fucking schizophrenic. It'd be great. But you'd also get an epic boon.
Epic boon.
Also, I did name one, Jared, purely for the love of it, called Disdain. Because in my Tuesday game, Jared gave me a pseudo dragon familiar who's called Disdain because he hates me, and he is like a black cat energy at its finest. Disdain is you gain 1 random rare magical item, which once it appears immediately is attuned to your person and cannot be unattuned to until dispelled. And you learn this item was stolen from a powerful figure chosen at random by the DM. This figure knows your name, appearance, and current location at the time of drawing this card. I was really hoping someone rolled that. Unfortunately, not. You actually got really close to no, you did roll it. If you didn't roll the I think it was 60, yeah, if you didn't roll a 68, 14 was the other option.
What?
So that would have been your failure.
What was 49?
49.
Is what I rolled when I wasn't supposed to roll right at the beginning. I rolled a 49.
Wayward. You gain the ability to cast teleport to any location you have physically been to
Whoa.
or deeply familiar with once every 7 days.
Oh.
That would have been very good.
But just she could teleport?
You gain the ability to cast a teleport spell.
Oh, shit.
Teleport lets you bring people with you.
That's crazy.
So you would have essentially been able to stop any and all random encounters from happening, going between any places you've already been. Yep. You guys, funny enough, Jared rolled 90% my cards that I made. The rest of you rolled mainly just the normal Deck of Many Things cards. Also, 69 was Giant. You immediately grow 2d10 inches in height, and your hit point maximum goes up by 20.
Aw, that would have been sick, dude. I could have been the strongest halfling on the planet.
That would have been the best joke on the planet, and also, absolutely.
And you would have become Mammoth. Like, fully.
You would have become an actual
True.
mammoth, yeah. Oh,
My career in wrestling.
I can't believe you avoided every bad card. Right next to 98 also was 2 really good ones that you just barely missed out on. You missed the Fates card, just from a normal deck of Many Things, and you could have avoided or erased 1 event as if it never happened. So you could have saved Jared. Or you could have changed the entire fucking backstory if you wanted to, Reese. Or you could have stopped the entire Maeve dilemma and gotten the ability to cast True Resurrection. Although, just kidding, you couldn't because her soul is kept. That would have been a fun little thing. Oh. But this D100 sheet is now out there, and it may come back, so I'm not going to share all of them with you. But those are just a few. So many good ones. So many good ones. I will say, Reese, you almost got my 3rd favorite, which is Trial, which I was really hoping Mustang wouldn't get, because that would have been minute and worth nothing. Your body catches flame, and you take 10d10 fire damage. If you survive the damage and do not drop to 0 hit points or die, you gain fire resistance.
If you drop to 0 hit points, you gain vulnerability to cold damage. This effect cannot be removed by anything short of a wish spell.
Jeez.
I was really hoping someone would get that and gain permanent fire resistance just for the memes. If Dirdon got that, that would have been no sweat.
Mustang. Snack.
Mustang. Oh, I mean, you can't use your
What is the 10d10 is the amount?
10d10 fire damage. Mustang couldn't use his reaction to get immunity, so you would
Ah.
just get resistance, but you still have such a high chance. Because I think
Oh.
without being level, no, even with level 6, yeah, you still survive no matter what.
You're
So you'd be good.
Somebody's gonna make a strong argument next session to do this mission, anyways.
Hey, Dom hopes so, because that would do so much. Hey, fucking, you continue furthering the plot, and you get to work with this batshit insane woman. Jared, I have one more thing I need you to make after everyone else goes.
Okay.
Actually, I don't think I really need you to make you anything. I just need to tell you. The other planes you could have gotten, because I didn't do all of them, because I didn't want to fucking do some random plane that didn't really matter. I chose the ones that are most relevant in this campaign. 1 was the Hells, 2 was Celestia, 3 was the Shadowfell, 4 was the Feywild, 5 was the Astral Plane, and 6 would have been a random elemental plane, either fire, water, earth, or air.
Hey, Megan.
Hey.
Did you at least enjoy our chaos? Because you didn't get to participate.
Oh, of course.
I wanted you, Megan, to draw so badly because I know you are a chaos gremlin, and I know that despite Kipley being in the dumps, Megan would love the opportunity to roll on a table that could literally take your soul.
I actually don't like.
Oh?
You don't-
No, I'm
don't
not
like
a
which?
You don't like
gambler.
that of many things?
No, it's
Oh,
too out of my
interesting.
control. I don't like it.
Interesting. You like to cause chaos. You don't like to give in to chaos. I see.
Yeah, I guess. I don't
It's not
know.
completely true. We'll see. Oh, there's so many.
Maybe she's
good
just
things.
completely sane in real life, and this is her vent.
Yeah. Hey, can be both. Good job, everybody. You survived. Yippee. You now have a dragon egg. And you know where a dragon sword. Also, make sure you write all this stuff down so you don't forget it, because I'll do my best to keep track of it, but I'll be damned if you think I'm going to remember all of this. Heavy
Technically,
responsibility
copy
falling
and
on you
paste
guys.
it into all of our channels.
Yeah, I did, but you know, it's up to you to look at it. You have a lot of stuff to think about, and a lot of things that could potentially happen. And who knows? Maybe you go on the heist job and good things happen. Maybe you don't. Either way, one thing is for certain. That is Dirdon is booty ass naked on cold stone, hanging out with his sword bro.
Is Haruma also naked?
Sure.
two bros
You know what?
chilling in a dungeon.
Yeah.
Technically, Haruma can't have. He doesn't have items on him, and him shifting appearance is him shifting, like, his physical stone. So he doesn't actually have clothes when he makes clothes. It's part of him. It's built in.
Yeah.
He's like a doll. So him being naked would be by choice. But for this moment, I feel like he would choose to be naked.
Solidarity.
Yeah, I feel like he
just to
would.
join the Brotherhood. And Dirdon doesn't know that, so Dirdon would just think that he also succumbed to the effects of Talon.
Haruma's an ally.
Haruma is
Ally,
an
dude,
ally.
he is.
He is the biggest shooter in everyone's streets, willing to go dick out for his boy.
The fuck's wrong?
I hope you all enjoyed.
Dude, I had such a
Oh
good time.
god. Arenas.
Arenas is wild. No, I'm taking away.
Not
You-
his
you-
Harinus.
You lost your magic item. Your visage fade. Also, Ash, think of a bunch of shit to ask your visage next time.
That's also posted
Um,
directly under snack.
Harinas.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
Oh,
my
wait,
favorite snack
also-
is Harinas with a
Stop
side
it.
of Duradick.
Stop it. Stop it.
Hell yeah.
Also, Ashley, I forgot to say, roll real quick before you leave. Roll d6, see how many hours your visits last.
Sure. I need to talk with you for a second once everyone leaves, though.
Ain't nobody
That's
leaving.
Nobody's
All
leaving.
staying in here until next Friday. Get ready.
Oh, damn it!
Colin's sick
Oh.
at work. You're gonna
Can't
need
use
that.
an inspiration on
Yeah.
this roll, can I?
It's a d6. No,
I can't use inspiration. Alright, I only get an hour.
you only get
Aw.
a singular hour to ask him as many questions
That's
as you
okay.
can.
I probably wouldn't want to hang out in the astral plane for more than an hour, anyways.
Oh, you don't know if she's gonna keep you there. She
Oh,
just
damn it.
wanted
It
to
might be
roll
less
it.
than an hour then, because he's stuck on that plane.
Oh yeah, that's true. Who knows? But she said she only brought you here so she didn't destroy the ship, which is,
What could
the
we have
only
like
thing bad.
spawned? Like what behemoth-sized fucking
The
asshole?
worst thing that you could have spawned from this. Oh wait, where? Hold on, let me go find it. It's not the worst, but this was on the list of my favorites as well. Growth. 22 was growth. You got really close to rolling this one. Whoever rolled 20 was
I think it
2
was me.
off. No, it's Dirt on.
I lied.
21 was destruction, which was also similar to Talon. 22 is growth. A Hydra appears in an unoccupied space within 60 feet of you and is put into a death match with you.
Oh.
Every creature that lends aid to you in this battle, the Hydra grows an additional head and adds 25 hit points to its HP maximum and its current HP. The Hydra will not stop attacking till you die or it dies. However, if you successfully kill the creature, you gain its reactive heads feature as a tiny sized dragon head grows on your neck.
Oh.
Meaning you would get 2
Yo.
reactions every turn
Yo.
in combat if you killed
Let's
it.
go. What like do you think we'd be able to?
As a group, yes. If you tried to solo it, no.
What about Durdon? Could he solo
Yeah, 'cause
it?
No.
When we do it sans
Because
Duradon.
Dirdon would be naked.
Oh, Don is shunted 160
If
feet
it was
away.
Dirdon with his equipment, still probably no, because it regenerates heads and HP every time you cut off one of its head, and he doesn't have fire damage.
Can I
So
ask
he
you
would
something?
he would lose to just its ability, unfortunately.
Can I ask
Damn.
you something that I overlooked when I made Reese? His new
Mm-hmm.
body. As a Vidalcan, I would have gained proficiencies in 2 traits. But I gain, as an Owlin, I gain proficiency in stealth, so I'd lose proficiency in those traits that I would have originally had as Vidalcan, correct?
So in Tasha's College of Everything, you can replace any origin proficiency with any of your own choosing. So if you like to give up stealth for something else, you absolutely can.
But I
As for
would
the other proficiency,
lose the
Gonzo.
lose 2 for the
yeah,
Vidalcan.
lose the 2 that you chose when you got Vidalcan, and then you can choose 1 that you got. Does it not come with perception proficiency as well for Alan?
I think it
this
only comes with
cyberpunk
1.
music?
It only came with 1 proficiency.
D&D 5e Alan. Let me see.
Bro, I might have missed it, but
Let me see.
that's fucking badass.
Silent feathers. You gain proficiency in stealth. Nope, that's
Yeah,
it. Oh, you just gain 120 feet of dark sight or dark vision, excuse me, instead of 60. Yeah. So you can have 1 proficiency other than stealth that you would like to replace. The 6 goes to Night City, baby.
The music.
Well,
I mean,
can
honestly, you're in the astral plane. Who knows?
Can I choose perception so that I can have
If you
expertise?
want, yeah. But make sure you remove the other 2.
From Vidalcan, I did already, yeah.
I cannot believe that fucking the child is the fastest thing in this group.
Dude, I am
You have a
cooking.
walking speed of 65 feet.
And
Did you
could
see
co-
the child with the knife? He was
The
pretty
child
fucking
with a dagger is the fastest creature on this goddamn team. I've changed your sheet so it is 65 movement speed.
Oh, I already changed it.
Oh shit. Well, it's changed twice. Congratulations.
Does that mean I can go 130 feet?
No.
Okay.
I was so rooting for you when you got progress, and you didn't get. I didn't want you to get druid. I wanted you to get literally anything else, because that was such a fun
What would have been the
one.
best?
I mean, a third level feature. If you got Echo Knight, you could have done so much bullshit. There's
Dude.
infinite. There's infinite possibilities with that because it goes by subclass too. So
Yeah.
you get the subclass feature, and if there is a class level feature, you get that as well. You get the class and subclass of any third level feature. So you could have gotten
Damn.
Rage from
You could have let
Barbarian.
me choose, huh?
Would be great.
As
No,
a mage.
it's a
I'm-
random card. You get random bullshit.
I missed
Oh.
that at expertise it would double your proficiency bonus. So I have
Correct.
an investigation of +10,
Damn.
and
Oh, yeah?
I did choose perception, and now she's gotten very good passive perception instead of her nasty fucking what
There
was
you
it,
go.
13 or
Moving
12?
up
There
in the
you
world,
go.
baby.
I'll
We
blame
are
it
all
on her new
perceiving.
eyes, her new owl eyes.
Yeah.
You are a very perceptive being.
Yeah, this is cool. This is fun.
Hell yeah. The cards do disappear after you all finish drawing. However, whether they're gone to the world or not, who knows? I so wanted to have Lauren Dane draw one, but she's not that crazy.
Oh, I thought she was gonna draw one too. Like we were all gonna draw one.
No,
Oh,
no. This was you guys proving yourself. Whether she still
Coward.
has some on her person or not, who knows? But she's spread out 90 in front of you guys.
Proving we're not a bitch.
It was more to see legitimately whether or not, as someone who values luck and the world wanting you to live and continue living for personal reasons, she wanted to see whether or not you guys were just a lucky group. And you know what?
We
Apparently
were
you
really
fucking
fucking
are.
lucky.
Apparently you fucking are, because only one of you rolled a bad thing. Two of you rolled bad things, but one thing is a revenant, which can be dealt
we can
with.
handle it.
Yeah, but just remember, it comes when you're sleeping.
A good thing I don't sleep.
It does
Hey,
what when
all
it sleeps?
right, all right. Not that kind of.
Oh, I mean, we did learn that Mustang fucks, so maybe that kind of.
Mustang fucks. It's in the lore.
Mustang fucks. Let me
Can you
go
change your
pull
last
up.
name, please?
Oh my god, that
Yeah.
Mustang drugs.
conversation.
Mustang
That-
freaks is
Fuck.
real.
Mustang freaks
Let's
is real.
go.
That conversation, Ash, was so funny. Fucking. Hey, I can pick up a few things. It's wild.
Yeah, I made this joke with Caitlin some time ago. I was like, he may be called Mustang, but really he's a stallion.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, I just realized the Revenant's actually really strong. Holy shit.
Yeah, they are. I'm a little nervous.
Yeah. No. You might be fucked.
Maybe,
Maybe.
maybe not. I don't know. We'll see.
I need to pin that in your channel so I don't forget.
I won't let you forget. I promise.
I'm so curious to see what you ask this guy. This other fucking Mustang.
Oh God. A lot of things.
Which, by the way, for Jared and Ash, that is what the card was drawn. Because one of the rewards you would have gotten from killing Lord Viridian in the previous BBG of my Monday campaign was going to be the Deck of Many Things. As like a final hoorah of the campaign.
That would have been awesome.
And the card that he drew himself was the homebrew card that has been sitting in my Google Docs folder for over, 3 years now? Because this isn't the first time I thought about this. I just never actually put pen to paper to making it. Because I didn't really, I didn't think I would have the time to make 100 different individual results. And then I saw Jared, and I was like, hey, I'll just mix in some of the Deck of Many things, or Deck of Many more things, because that'll be easy. Visage, where he got a few other versions of himself that were on the plane of existence as him. And they all got pulled in, and they were all random. And a few of them were nice, and a lot of the other ones were dicks.
And they were all sexy.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, to you.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I wanted to
God.
kill that peacock fucker so bad.
I did too. I did too.
Peacock
I
fucker.
wanted you to kill him. There's so much good fucking shit that I spent so long planning for it.
Yeah, Ryan, he fucked peacock people.
Who did?
He did, but canonically there was rumors going around, which, campaign's been over for, a while. He did. Um that this kind of like very powerful, influential archfey fucked a fey creature that is essentially like a shifter, kind of like Kipley, except they can go between the form of a peacock and the form of a human woman. And it was said that he fucked both forms.
Damn.
It was a shade rumor that was thrown out, but the party made it so literal that I was like, hey man, I'm not gonna be the DM. It's like, no, he didn't do that. He's a cool BBG. It's like, you call this guy a peacock fucker, and every time that you've met him, he's just gonna make your life a living hell for it. That's just that simple.
We suffered, but it was worth it. That man
Yeah.
fucked a peacock, and we're
You
not.
got-
You lose all, like, we already don't fuck with you. You lose all ounce of respect the moment you're like, yeah, I fucked a peacock, and
Yeah.
what? It's not.
My brother
It's not
has
flex.
negative aura. Negative.
Yeah.
I love that. I also love that Jared was shaming his own sister that he made so
That was
hard.
so intense.
That legitimately felt like siblings arguing. And I just love the energy that Jared being giggly is something that I don't get to have as a precious moment very often. But having that 20-minute conversation of you dissing on Kira and then laughing to her face. Oh,
That's fucking
so funny.
crazy.
I rolled wisdom saving throws for her to just cast Grasping Vine and throw you off the ship.
Oh damn.
If
I
she
was-
got below a 15 on any of those, you're donezo, gone.
I would have loved it so much. Yeah, Dordan doesn't give a fuck. If Maeve, if she ever comes back, hears about it, she'll probably be pissed.
Oh,
You
for
dang
sure.
ass
Yeah,
must
some
have been
random
worth-
savage hunter just started giving you shit. Let me smite him.
Smite him.
Let me smite this guy's ass. Oh yeah, no.
But that's Maeve. And like, the thing is, he got so much shit in the beginning, especially because he was coming in after Maeve's death, and so living up to the essence of the Damballa for the Damballa to be this, he's
Mhm.
like, no, this is bullshit.
I was told something would be better here. What's
Yeah,
going on?
I was like, this isn't the person that Kipley was diehard about. No way. Or the family that Kipley was like
Yeah,
kind of
because you
diehard
didn't know
about.
which Damballa it was. You didn't know which Damballa died. So just kind of guessing which one, you're like, oh, I got the bitch. I got the worst version.
Can't wait for
Oh.
Kipley to be back and safe.
Also, this Durdon was right next to one of the other ones that was rolled, and I was hoping that you got this one's the dungeon one.